Welcome to today's edition of Viewer Levels. Let's get straight into the queue, since we have a couple of entries already, beginning with the one from Tempest Funk. And thank you for all the submissions from everybody who has come in, including your patience for bearing with our slightly delayed start today due to a couple of production issues I needed to sort out on my end, but things should be okay and up and running for now. Do let me know if you have any issues with the audio or video on your side, and we'll try to keep things running smoothly today. So, getting after it. I've missed a couple of the getting over it levels in this series, but we're going to see yet another one from Tempest Funk, and in truly recursive fashion. This is a Getting Over It style level inspired by Tempest Funk. Chichiri, I see, has the only clear on it so far, actually a fairly quick one. Let's see how we do. And for those of you here for the first time, our order is typically alternating between next and sub-next. But anyway, we're going to fire off a couple of these skull tracks that are just here to basically get all of the global timings to work consistently relative to each other, if I understand this correctly. And then these obstacles are pretty much all about maintaining enough momentum to get through this way without being pushed through repeatedly. This might be the final version, okay. So, nice light jumps. Without the dash button, actually, for the first one. Maybe. Oh, I don't know about that. Actually, no, if you just run through directly, you're fine. You run through directly, then you actually get pushed through the way you need. However, you can't quite do it for this one because you need to land gracefully onto the donut block without overshooting. If you overshoot, you will get pushed up. If you don't overshoot, you can just make it down like this. And now it's a matter of sideways momentum that doesn't take you back here. Back to the start. Yeah, so you shouldn't be jumping at all for these first two over here. It's going to be purely positioning and momentum control. Mang, welcome. And yeah, I think we'd seen one of the previous levels in the recent blitz of Getting Over It levels that Tempest Funk has been delivering. But this one, we'll see. Gonna have a method worked out for this, but we need to not overshoot. Just tap very gently. There's going to be some kind of method that I can do to make this happen somewhat reliably. Let's see if we can do it. It's all about letting up on the D-pad at the right time. Actually, it's about letting go of the dash button. If you let go of the dash button, you don't overshoot. And then you fall down once you have a pixel-perfect landing. And then this is all about not getting the springs like I just did there, or at least making sure that I don't get bounced back. But that's okay, we're developing methods. And yeah, let go of the dash button, just push through. Pulled back a little too hard there. Whoops. And of course, we need to deal with some of the forward momentum, followed by more of the forward momentum. Luckily, we did play that circular catapults level by Mang. That's gotten me used to some of the momentum on the blue skulls like this. We'll see if that actually helps. Doesn't appear to help so far. That's okay, we're not being knocked too far back. Now let's not panic and jump off. It's better to just stay on the platform if I'm going to get any kind of landing at all. Oops. And back we go to the start. There we go, going to avoid the overshoot. And the more reliably we can do any of these obstacles, the better we'll do. Nope. Have to kind of let go and tap. Very gently. And Blue Blur, you said much earlier, you said you watched Venom, Let There Be Carnage today. I have not watched either of the Venom films. The new ones with Tom Hardy. Occasionally I just kind of get a bit taken by surprise by films that are already on to the second or third installment before I have had a chance to catch up. Tempest Funk, you were saying earlier this would be possibly the last version. I mean, it's not like we had much of an opportunity to break anything so far. And Hanzo Hattori, you have arrived. I hope you keep. You have come bearing a collection of extremely sharp katanas. Not that they're very useful for slicing through Mario Maker, but one can only hope. Whoops. You have come to deliver some fresh Kaizo levels for feedback so you can make better Kaizo levels. Excellent. I'm not a very strong Kaizo player, but we'll definitely try, and then you'll get a sense of playtest from somebody of my level of skill, so that'll hopefully be useful. So yeah, you're quite welcome to submit that, and we'll hopefully get to you before too long. Come on. Now, interestingly, we haven't actually hit the first timeout yet. And of course, there's nothing lethal here that I can see yet, so the first death is likely going to be a death by timeout when we get around to dealing with it. But that's okay, we'll obviously not get a clear with this amount of time on the clock, but it will afford an opportunity for practice without having to redo the setup. And thank you for Mr. Game & Watch's Up Airship. Looking forward to it. Okay. Let's move up. Once we can. Once we can. There we go. Whoops, undershot. Yeah, Hanzo Hattori, there are a couple of levels made by Tempest Funk that really kind of elaborate on the whole getting over it anti-softlock style concept with a number of very interesting and unique mechanics. And so as you described it, that's pretty much how it plays. You just have these deathless resets in every little segment. You just have to be careful on your way up. Whoops. We will run out of time, but I can use to practice, so let's practice. And nope, misread my momentum completely. We did manage to land on the second horizontal skull much earlier, but I kind of jumped off impulsively. You actually kind of want to jump off when you're in the middle. Okay, the new record was 5 seconds to go. Looks like you do need to ride out the momentum there to get that to carry you across. That's, once again, a mechanic similar to what we've seen before. And that is timeout number 1. Let's see what we can do now. Notice those donut blocks to dump you all the way back to the start. I'm sure we'll have a word about them later if we actually make it that far. Anyway, the coin's showing you what you have or haven't seen so far. Sure, let's grab that one up out of the way, so it's not just bouncing there for eternity. Oops. The donut blocks are for players 2, 3, and 4 in multiplayer. Ah, okay, I hadn't considered that it might be a multiplayer gate. And hopefully you've gotten a decent test out of that as well to make sure things function. I mean, I've seen a Tempest Funk multiplayer gate before in a totally different context, so I assume that you've gotten the multiplayer gates working. I guess from the initial descent, if you have the multiplayer gates, then you kind of still have the Skull platform setups work to create a consistent global timing. I don't really know much about how object timings work in a multiplayer versus context, actually, because I've just never really built for it. But I assume that the global track timing that everybody sees load in is just going to work coherently. Anyway, you can just get on this. Maybe edge my way over without falling off the diagonal. And I want to get onto the left edge if I can. Nope, fell off. Decently close, though. Decently close. I could have landed directly on that to skip the first jump here. That's okay. It's not a big loss. We've made progress. The blue platforms mess up with more than one person, so you make sure only one person can enter the first pipe, I see. Yeah, because I guess you would need one person to do the load in. So, I mean, if I understand it correctly, does that mean player 1 has a head start, or the timings actually work out if you get to load into behave the way you've built it? And we have a raid. One moment while we give a big shout out to Grekowski from the Grekowski Puzzle Club. And welcome, Itchy Knee. Itchy Knee, we've played some of your one-screen puzzles on the stream before, I'm pretty sure. I recognize your name from that context. And Loopin' Snoop, it's been a while. Loopin' Snoop, I've been trying to move the stream to a time that is not quite what you described as ass o'clock. Maybe we're not quite there yet, but we're inching steadily closer. And Grekowski, hope the Puzzle Club was doing well today. I don't know if you're still on the Stolen Tools judging after all this time, but I assume you've been taking a couple of extra days to get that all sorted out. And yeah, no, because I remember clearing a couple of Itchy Knee one-screens a couple of weeks ago, maybe. Anyway, let's get over here. Whoops, nope. Yeah, I do need to cut momentum once I land on that one, because otherwise I will slip off quite dramatically. Nope, not going to sustain my position there. And so yeah, Loopin' Snoop, Happy New Year to you too. Hope things have been going well. Whoops. You finished the Stolen Tools levels. Excellent. It's almost like that clears the way for something completely different. Whoops. Speaking of clearing the way for something completely different, let's try to get back into position here. Nope. And up we go. That almost created an unintended shortcut. But we're not quite that fancy, so that did not pan out. Whoops. But there's a little speedrunner tip for anybody crazy enough to try it. Whoops. It is a Happy New Year for at least 50% of the world. Yeah, I guess it depends on your calendar system as well. I mean, some people I'm seeing here for the first time in 2022, so never too late to wish them a happy couple of months to come. I haven't missed that one before. I think I was a little distracted by the track that was purely the loading track for that square. Whoops, got bumped by the skull going to the left. Let's get over here. That was almost a save. That was not a save. And a PPKO, welcome. Thank you for on-off outpost. We'll hopefully get to that before too long. Oops. And, nope. Once again, I want to jump off those platforms when I am dead center. For momentum purposes, I don't want to catch them on the turnaround on either edge. Whoops. Once again, getting bumped by the other skull when they intersect each other. That's something worth avoiding. Oops. That was almost a spectacular save, but once again, not really. And Terminator, welcome. Terminator, that sounds like a new series, Impossible 8. No relation to the Magnificent Seven. Whoa. Not quite. Yeah, this is pretty close to some kind of pipe exit, as long as we remember to pull back on the landing. Or at least jump on the landing. Jumping immediately on the landing actually might be a good idea, depending on how we land on that skull, but let's go back and see. It started as gag levels and currently turned into one-screen puzzles. Okay, very interesting. So yeah, eventually we'll be going out through a green pipe that drops you into the skull. Oh, I guess this is the multiplayer gate. Yes, okay, I understand that now. Because I was wondering what the top was for, whether there's like a surprise exit out the top pipe and then you go back in or something like that. But no, the multiplayer gate makes sense. Yeah, because two green pipes drop in. We're nearly to the top left. Tempest Funk, I will likely play this to one more time out. But we'll see how we're doing. If we are really progressing, then maybe I'll push on beyond that. I usually try to spend quite a chunky bit of time per level, but that really bit me last week, as people who were here know, when I spent an hour and a half steering a P-balloon. But yeah, we'll try to give this at least one more full attempt up to time up, because I am making a little bit of headway, just very slowly. And I've got methods worked out for a lot of the early bits. Whoops. Oh, also, Tempest Fog, you'd be interested to know that I finally ran into a second maker who integrated QR codes into the more info screen of their level. This was last week. It wasn't in the context of an escape room, though. It was basically a Metroidvania level that had an accompanying guide, and I remember telling that maker about, of course, the first level that had integrated QR codes. Which, of course, you know quite intimately. And Anzo Hattori, yeah, I mean, we have a pretty relaxed approach to the queue management here. I try not to keep people waiting too long, but sometimes. But I also don't like setting a concrete time limit, because sometimes that's just not really a good fit for some of the levels that we see. And I like being able to show off slightly different content than what some other viewer level streams tend to get, so let's proceed. But yeah, usually I'm able to stay long enough to play everybody who is in the queue by the time the queue closes, and I also never call random, so if it seems like I'm taking a long time and you need to step out briefly, that's perfectly acceptable. As long as people are here when they are called. But yeah, we try to keep things fair, we try to complete everything from people who stay. Oh, nope. Just a little bit off. I was hoping to get on that platform and jump immediately. Looking at the way that things are loaded in, I think the two platforms that travel onto squares up top will not necessarily have a... actually, no, everything's loaded in from the same position initially, so they would have the same consistent timing relative to each other if everything is part of the initial skull load. Yeah, before they land on the squares where they end up in this top left segment that's coming up. And yeah, still Aiden, great to know that you're still here. Tub and Chub, welcome. Okay, there we are. Okay, well, we have the momentum. We don't have the landing in that very exact one-tile slot, which I think is going to be a bit of a nightmare to aim for, but we'll see. I don't know that I can actually aim for it. I just have to cross my fingers and adjust my jump and hope for the best. I saw one clear on 9 attempts when I came in, with that one clear being from Chichiri, who I suppose plays enough trolls that he's pretty proficient at things that are in an anti-softlock style. But that's still pretty impressive, given what I see here with that exit gate. Whoops. Because at this point, I'm not even sure how I can really properly plan around that one-tile slot that's coming up after this jump. You can't really see it coming, so maybe I'm not supposed to go immediately. No, that's actually 2 tiles, because it's 1 tile and a cloud, so okay, the gap is larger than I imagined. It's much more lenient than I imagined. In fact, 2 tiles makes a huge difference. I mean, 1 tile, I think even in the best of circumstances, I'd have trouble getting into that slot. 2 tiles of height? Okay, that's more reasonable. That's more in line with a level that people can actually legitimately clear from time to time. Oh, whoops. Didn't expect to land there. And up we go. Nope. There we go. Much, much better. And Grakowski, yes indeed, do get some sleep. Once again, hope you had a great stream, and thank you for bringing everybody over. Okay, we're on the left skull. Oh, got bumped off. But if I position myself carefully, I should be able to get loaded onto a different skull from time to time. No, we're being bumped a little bit. Hey, there we go, progress. Now, what is this going to do to me? It's going to load the next segment. Hey. That's new content. As well as some kind of state switch. Maybe that's a multiplayer related thing? No, maybe not. Oh, that's just going to go on a loop and it's going to drop you way back down. But hey, that's progression. And okay, it actually gets you back pretty smoothly once you've gotten that for the first time. And this is just going to be on a loop. Oh. Maybe we'll put in one more attempt on this since we are starting to get that jump up top under control. Whoops. Because I feel like I can push further. Not much further on this attempt, obviously, but only 5 seconds remaining. Let's just start it over. And yeah, the segment that was failing at up top seemed to be one that resets fairly gently, and which just requires a little bit of consistency. Not quite. No need to rush. But yeah, a substantial amount of progress just at the very end there on a previous attempt. Nope. Not quite. Now up we go. Okay, there we go. Good landing. Whoops. Almost flubbed that. Let's not be right on the edge of the skull. That would be a bad idea. Nope, not enough momentum. Back up we go. And back. Okay, what do we got here? Nope, just missed a jump button. Or rather slipped off a bit too quickly. Not quite. And back upstairs. And And back to the start. Haven't hit that in a while, but that's okay. We've got a method. I mean, most of a level like this is just about finding ways to do things in a replicable fashion. Okay, let's go up. And once again, just going to avoid jumping in the middle of that corner shake that happens. And there we are. First try on that one. In a manner of speaking. Anyway, that's going to activate the on-off switch. The activation of the on-off switch is what opens up this gate here for a shortcut once all of these additional skulls have been loaded. So that we now understand. That was rather too convenient. I hope this was correct and that I was supposed to go up top. Now I jump across while fighting against momentum coming this way. Or I don't, but that's okay, we'll redo it. And we'll redo that. But that's okay, new content, and it's boss music, which is a very good sign that maybe we're near the end of something. Now that everything is loaded. And, yeah, we're just going to lose to every segment here. Until we're almost all the way back to the start. And Mel64, Happy New Year to you too. Hope 2022 has been treating you well so far. Whoops. Nope. Too many panic moves all over the place. Too many panic moves. Not quite. Salvage that one gracefully, though. Here we are. And since the loading zone is complete, we'll continue over here and miss. Yeah, when I do land on those middle segments, I should just take my time, take it patiently. Not quite. Yeah, the positioning on the first skull actually does have to be quite exact. Ideally, I'm on the leftmost skull in the first of the square tracks. Okay, let's try to inch a little bit over so we can reposition on this guy. Nope, that's wrong. We're so close, I may actually put in an additional attempt. I had said maybe 2 attempts ago that I would take the next time out, but these decisions are made based on progress. And we're making progress, surprisingly. Kind of getting bumped off the edge on the diagonal on the skulls here. 60 seconds, we're not likely to finish, but let's see if we can get the method going soundly. We're almost at the pipe. A lot of this is going to be controlling jump height. As you can see, that's what the ground blocks up top are specifically trying to obstruct. And this will be a restart. Let's just restart it. Loop and Snoop, if it makes me feel better, you took a break to watch a YouTube video, and I'm no farther than before. Well, it depends on the YouTube video. Okay, let's get over here. Yeah, not only was it made by Tempest Funk, it was in fact a level inspired by Tempest Funk. The modesty really shows. Whoops. Okay. That's not too bad. Okay, we got kind of repositioned to the end of this skull again. Not great. But yeah, the sooner we can just get past that segment and stay past it, the better. And I think we can. The part when you have this series of jumps going left to right up top in the second skull segment, I think can be manageable with a little bit of caution. No. Should have seen right away that my momentum was going to get cut there and cut hard. Mad Mantis, you have to say this is a brilliant stream title. I don't know if I was that impressed with it, but thank you. I tend to just come up with these on the fly right before I get online. But yeah, this session's title, Back to the Future, is actually partly thematically accurate because we have actually started doing Mario Maker 1 again during some of my weekday streams. Still doing Mario Maker 2 viewer levels, of course, but we're kind of catching up on some Maker 1 in the meantime and having a very different experience. Some of the engine differences have caught me off guard and killed me already. Nope. Thought we had that all planned out. And Jow's Neil, thank you for the submission. Terminator, if I had to pick one... well, the thing is, I don't remember 2 and 3 all that well because I watched them and knew them very well when I was younger, but I haven't seen them in a long time. I did rewatch the first one in a cinema not too long ago, like within the last... Well, it was pre-pandemic because it was in a cinema, but it was within recent memory. And there are a lot of things that were actually quite stunning about the filmmaking that I would not have been able to pick up on when I was younger. But in some ways, you know, sort of artistically speaking, Robert Zemeckis might actually be a very underrated director. You know, just in formal filmmaking terms. Anyway... But no, I liked 2 and 3 tremendously when I was younger. They were actually kind of shot together as one production, something that would be repeated with some other multi-part projects. Famously, Matrix 2 and 3. and also the Lord of the Rings trilogy, in terms of, having one production separated into multiple releases. That was the case with Back to the Future 2 and 3 originally, in terms of the cliffhanger being completely mapped out. Whoops. Speaking of cliffhangers, didn't quite hang off that cliff. Nope. And back down we go. And yeah, Terminator, that was much more commonly the case with most films, actually. I mean, it was not really until about the 2000s that you kind of had things planned as trilogies right out of the gate and just counting on their commercial success. Very notably, a few efforts to make that happen really collapsed in on themselves when the first installment did not do well. One notable example being the first attempt to adapt Philip Pullman's His Dark Materials, which gave us the first film, The Golden Compass, and totally had a plan in mind for, setting up productions 2 and 3, except the film just performed very poorly, and that never quite materialized. Tempest Funk, I will not be continuing past this attempt, but it's nice to know we got reasonably close. But this attempt I didn't actually manage to progress past our previous point at all, so I think this will be a reasonable place to stop. But thank you for sending me this anyway. A fairly interesting series of different setups here. The thing that makes a level like this work, as people have heard me say before, is that you can actually find methods to nail certain segments consistently in terms of figuring out a strategy that is actually going to work for you most of the time. And that, along with the variety of the obstacles, all kind of circling around this central design identity of the Blue Skull platforms, that makes for a pretty interesting experience, even if it's one that we can't clear. So, and I know there's a whole series of these now from Tempest Funk, so we'll hopefully see more of these someday, and maybe even clear one at some point, but that would maybe require some more dedicated practice. But so far, I don't think I really overtly broke anything. That's important to know. And we're close enough to timeout anyway that let's ride it out and let's try to see if we can do anything reasonable in the last 12 seconds, and the answer, of course, is no. Mail64, Super Mario Bros. Cliffhanger will always be your favorite. Are you talking about the 1993 film? I actually don't even remember the ending, to be honest, because I haven't seen that in so long. I've been meaning to return to it, in fact. And Gilmore, welcome. So, for those new here, we do tend to alternate between next and subnext. And I'll try to keep things moving at a reasonable pace. I know I took very long on the first one already. But so we'll try to get through everybody who is queued. And yes, indeed, still Aiden, I lose. That just happens from time to time. Abomination 2. For people who tried Abomination 1 on the Wii U, which I didn't, have fun with the second part. There's something the Mario Brothers have to see, and then it's end credit, I suppose. What they needed to see were the end credits. Yeah, that's just going to get out of the way. That's going to be a smiley face up top, which we will, of course, check very thoroughly. We'll check the rest of it, too. I mean, you never know. Nope, not going to make that. Don't think so, anyway. Yeah, we can. Fire flower in the middle. Okay, now we know. Unlikely to do it on this attempt, but hey, we're going to keep it. Great. Let's not stomp on this. That would be a bad idea. And let's not hit any question blocks. I doubt any question blocks will actually help me at this stage. And a very nice Meowser to just get out of my way. Briefly. Until, of course, the blocks all get destroyed. Ah, that's okay. We'll just go. That other red pipe looks like an exit towards the flag. We'll try to do something with that. Fire flower, great. And yeah, no reason not to nuke everything here. There is a door over there. I don't really trust that, given that we're trying to go for a red pipe. I would like to maybe do this area first. Just to see what's going on. Don't see anything on this end, actually, so... Maybe this is just meant aesthetically to be a boat of some sort. You didn't make this level, your brother did. Okay, I see. This looks very much like I'm supposed to hit a P-switch. We had better go back and look for a P-switch. I mean, I could also have just checked that, but... We'll just... Oh, nope, that's a bad idea. Just gonna check everything here, just in case anything spawns something else. We'll likely die. If we're going to likely die anyway, let's go over here and see if anything presents itself. It really does look like a P-switch path, and that is correct. So there is a hidden P somewhere. It might have been in the question blocks that were at the beginning of that section. Let's not hit the stem. We know that's going to be a bit of a trap. We did manage to get on top of the piranha earlier, but it might be too tight a fit to try to do that intentionally, so let's just get out of the way. And do things this way instead. We know exactly which one contains the flower by trial and error. And so we'll just very carefully navigate around. And yeah, at the beginning of the next segment, that was where the next fire flower was as well. Oh, didn't expect that. We didn't check these on the left, because I thought it would be okay without any. It's possible, of course, that there's a P-switch in this segment that we need to retrieve and take with us. Very nice of that Magikoopa to just show up under my feet. Oh, nope, that's going to be a trap. Yeah, Melon Run, the one thing that the X-ray glasses item would actually be useful for. It's funny because the out of all the sort of scanning type items in the Metroid series, the X-ray visor in Super Metroid is one that is a bit of an oddball in some ways. A very clear line of inspiration, of course, to the sort of visor tech that you see by the time you get to the Prime series, but... Anyway, there is some chance of secret P-switch somewhere here, so let's totally take a hit. This is going to be a bit of an exploration run anyway. Let's just see what else we can do. Still Aiden, send me whatever you want to see me play. It doesn't particularly matter. I mean, I haven't seen the levels yet myself, so I can't really express an informed preference. We might as well check the question blocks in case there is a hidden P. I somehow doubt that it's going to be anything like this, but yeah, that's just going to be fire. That's just going to be more fire. That's just going to be fire all around. Okay, let's check this one. This isn't going to be a serious clear attempt. It's just going to be, you know, research attempt. Okay, if you do have the fire flower, then no reason to go in the bottom layer over there. Anyway, let's get up over here. Extra glasses would legitimately be an interesting item in some ways. Oh yeah, no, I remember that guy now. That means we're going to be kind of sunk here. That's okay. We actually could have made that, in fact. Alright, back up here. See what all the no-skip endless players have to deal with. It's actually, you know, something that makes me respect some of the no-skip endless players, including some streamers that are, of course, good friends with this stream. For the kind of techniques they come up with to, and the kind of, you know, spidey sense that they develop for levels that are going to do this to them from time to time. Let's see about that flower. We know how to get a flower in the next section. Is mostly for the benefit of getting past some of this stuff. That's fine. Terminator mode, yes, I did hear about it. Everything has been moving very, very quickly, in fact, in terms of the sort of very recent research into public API access to some of the hidden information in Mario Maker that is hosted online, like the data mining that has been going on. It's been developing very quickly in terms of how people have made apps to kind of give you access to some of the background information, like the number of boos and a number of, you know, this and that in the metadata, and of course to the level information itself, which people have found a view for. I know it was initially just purely something you had to plug into a downloadable program, but I understand that somebody has developed a web interface for that as well now. I haven't really looked into it myself, because honestly I haven't really been doing any Mario Maker stuff outside of streaming, since I haven't had time over Christmas, but it is a pretty exciting development. Especially when it comes to long-term preservation, I think that, you know, if one day we're going to have servers being taken down and etc., the fact that you have like data mining infrastructure ready to go to grab levels off of Nintendo's server is, I think, going to turn out to be extremely important in the long term. So the fact that we have access to this kind of thing is highly, highly useful in ways that we haven't even completely seen yet. And you learn that your most popular level of mail is also your least popular yet. That does tend to happen when levels blow up, I think. When you see levels hit a lot of popularity, you can see a certain curve to them where they accrue a lot of likes at first, and then they hit the big time, and suddenly they get a lot of skips from people who have them seeded. So that's when the fortunes of various levels tends to diverge dramatically. Either they pick up a ton of momentum, or they start hitting parts of the player base that are perhaps not as willing to engage. Anyway, you said something about an invisible block in this section, Blue Blur. I mean, I suppose I could hunt for that, but obviously I don't particularly like my chances of finding it. So maybe it's at the very end over here. Nope, it's not. But we can just kill everything, perhaps, and... or maybe you meant there was a P-switch in the next section, which we can always check for. And yeah, Terminator mode, something like a Ghost of the World Record would have been fantastic. Nope. Oh, look at that. Look at this. This... Okay, Blaster... I was trying to long jump that. That was inaccurate. And I don't think a long jump makes that anyway. But we'll try a long jump there to the left later if possible. It goes to a section that I believe is... new, but... or is it? Because... I'm looking at that Piranha positioning. Since I destroyed all the blocks previously. I'm wondering if that was just a section I'd seen before. It might be. Yeah, Blue Blur, if this is dependent on finding an invisible block, I am not likely to put too many attempts on it. Because that... you know, it's not exactly something that you can solve in any kind of systematic fashion. But we'll try to muddle through it. Look at the question block down here, too. That might be something important. Oh no, we had checked this previously, hadn't we? And we can't now, anyway. Look at this spiny shell that's sort of under the flag as well. Like it had dropped there. All kinds of trickery. All kinds of trickery. Oh, let's actually just blow everything up. Yeah, that's totally it. That's totally the connecting piece for that section. And yeah, Blue Blur, thank you for spoiling the invisible block. That's one kind of spoiler I will take. Because honestly, it's not something that you have a realistic chance of figuring out without just a lot of trial and error, so... let's move on to... whoops. Ah, that's fine. Whoops, no, that's okay. We know where the flower is. Whoops. You said it's in the area with the 50 coins? Sure, let's check it. Okay, that solves that. No, let's wait. Okay. That could have gone badly. And that's probably fine. Let's check this area first, though, just in case. Boom boom. Now, I haven't seen anything that requires a key. Oh, there is a key door here to the red pipe. Possibly we just boom that boom, and we know there's going to be a spiny that tries to troll you on the flag. That's going to be something we'll watch out for as well. Let me just check here first, though. Question blocks up here. Yeah, I'm going to assume that might be a trap. If the red pipe goes directly where we need it, then we will mine the ghosts that are directly outside the pipe, unless, of course, we damage boost through them. Or we can just take damage and go. The Boom Boom was quite mad. Might even be a mad lad. And it's a new record. Almost an even number as well. Almost a rounded number, rather. Well, thank you, Blue Blur, for what you claim was your brother's abomination, and indeed an abomination too. Hope you enjoyed that. Next is Still Aiden, who is still here. And wow, the queue is absolutely packed today. You can play the newest level or the level you sent me. Okay. Well, why don't I look at the two of them first, and then I can decide. I will probably just take this one, the 3D sped run. But we'll see what the other one is too. I guess First Clear is available on the other one. 3D speed run part 2. Since you're offering me First Clear, we might as well go for it. And yeah, Mail64, I'm hoping this will be our new regular time. We've been kind of testing it on and off over the past few streams. And I've been trying to do this as an earlier start than what I had last year to accommodate more people in North America. So, and congratulations, PPKO, on getting First Clear on part 1. I guess you're the reason that we're playing part 2. In a roundabout fashion. Totally missed. Yeah, I need to hang back a little bit on that skip squeak after the wall jump. Because, of course, I'm not compensating for the fact that the skip squeak is going to be jumping. We can also do a bit of an initial jump to pop the skip squeak that way. No, I think I'll probably want to fall against the wall. Let's see. I need to hang way back on this, I think. Or do a ground pound on it, which, like a ground pound cancel, perhaps. Which is not going to be very clean, but we'll see. If I can do it without the ground pound cancel, that'd be... no, I just need to let up on a jump, actually. I just need to control the jump. That's all I need to do. Instead of doing a full jump off the wall. Yeah, that's literally all it is. It's very simple, in fact. Do we need to bounce off that twice? I don't think we do. We do have a 40-second limit on this, which tells me that certain things do have to be done very smoothly. You're telling me you want the down arrow to signify ground pound? I don't see why. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's something that would not have been clear to me, but then I don't really tend to read indications quite as strictly as a lot of other players do, so I tend to take the more suggestions. And indeed, you should always account for the fact that people are going to read indications as suggestions. Let's get a cleaner jump under that corner. It is going to bounce me up, as long as I get around that spike. I suppose you're telling me to kill the plant using 2 Ps. Presumably there's going to be some kind of entity-related on-off activation then. That would also switch the bounce platform, if I'm not mistaken. Whoops, let's get a cleaner jump over here. Yeah, just trying to let up on that and do it cleanly. Whoops. Yeah, the thing is, you know, you can indicate things as much as you like, but it's... clarity still has to come from the elements you're sort of physically interacting with and bouncing on, because... like, I think it's a sort of very frequent misconception that adding more visual signals clarify what the intended path is going to be. But it's actually kind of... Oh, I see. Okay, so you do have to kill it for the second key. That's alright, we'll figure it out one step at a time. It's going to be a little bit time sensitive, of course, so we'll see if we can muddle through it. We need 2 keys, okay, so that's 2 keys accounted for. And then we still need to kind of get off the edge in the next area. Nope. We're going to hit the timer here, but let's try to do this anyway. Whoops, that was a mistake. I did not mean a long jump there. Just trying to adjust my position slightly. And thank you for the follow. Whoa. Whoops, too low. Yeah, timing-wise, I guess I do need both bounces to be a high bounce, just to get the Piranha into position for the second bounce a little more cleanly than I've been doing. Nope. Time that a little better. A certified soft lock moment. Yeah, the soft lock inspector, Hanzo Hattori, came by and sort of put a stamp on it. Okay, no, actually I did need full momentum for this bit as well. Or did I? I probably do. It looks like I can make that with a bit of an edge jump. I probably do just want to conserve momentum, though. All the way. Right, especially, of course, with the timer. You said it's not tight, but the thing is, we can only make so many mistakes on the way over. And we'll get dunked once again. Nope. Just gonna whack my head against that repeatedly until we do it accurately. We're still on 2 skip squeaks, so approximately, I would guess, a quarter way through the level at this stage. Currently, I don't quite see... no, okay, I was about to say I don't quite see what the clear condition adds, but I guess it does sort of strictly require you to land on a skip squeak instead of just wall jumping up, so it does force a couple of specific landing points. And we, of course, will see how that pans out in the next section as well when we get to it. And Lettuce, welcome. And yeah, we're just going to adjust the jumps as we go. And see what works. Whoa, that was off center and precisely the wrong way. Yeah, that was not a good timing. We'll eventually find the ideal cycle for that. I know. That's not the ideal cycle for that. That was actually dreadful. But we'll go back and learn it. There we go. Through here for the first time, and that gives me a boomerang, which I will lose immediately, which will lose me access to this. Let's just scout ahead, see what we're dealing with. It's going to be a boomerang, multiple boomerangs, in fact, to get that kill, and also open up this gate over here, which is going to require the second key. Notice that we are going to have to kill this skip squeak, which will probably require some kind of boomerang shenanigans, and also limits the amount of jumps that I can do. Like, there are a certain number of jumps that I will be limited to here once that Skip Squeak spawns in. So we'll keep that in mind when we get back to that section. That is 3 more Skip Squeaks accounted for, which will take me up to 5 out of 8 once we get past key door number 1. You're telling me something about a hidden block. Okay. Yeah, in general, I find kind of medication's indication can be a little bit of a band-aid solution to problems that can be solved through revising the level itself. You know, just for the sake of clarity. Like, if you're going to have something like the Piranha Plant hold a required key, then killing the Piranha should actually be strictly required. You know, it should be something that is forced. And I know it's kind of difficult when you are dealing with an enemy that's going to take 2 hits. Especially when you don't have recourse to stacking in 3D World. But yeah, in general, like, you know, if you have required interactions, they should actually be sort of obviously required in a way that is going to be clear quickly without any kind of time delay. Like, you don't want anybody to skip this because you're not in the chat to help them out, and only find out later. Ooh, that was a nice double jump. Only find out later when they get to a key door, or indeed the second key door, that they were missing something. Like, basically, if you do something sort of unintended by the designer, you don't want to find that out the hard way much later in the level. You want to find that out quickly. That's just a general rule of thumb for, you know, how to actually make it clear to the player that you're forcing a certain interaction. But we'll get back to it, and we'll see if we can clean this up somewhat. Uh, 20 seconds, 27 seconds rather through here. I don't think I've loaded the next Skip Squeak in yet, so we'll just stay off camera, and hopefully that one has not had any jumping issues. No, I needed a long jump that one. And this will be a problem. Yeah, 4 jumps for that Skip Squeak to get into the top stack, and there's some kind of boomerang trickery that's going to get that sorted out. Yeah, Tub and Chub, it'll kind of sort itself out. You know, I'm expecting... Like, you have to remember that on my old time that we had developed a really consistent core audience over a fairly long period of time. We're going to get, of course, a lot of new faces. And see a different crowd than we're used to here for a couple of your level streams while, you know, people kind of settle in and figure out if this stream is right for them. And so that's totally expected, that there's going to be a bit of fluctuation in what we get from time to time, so... And, you know, this is a feedback stream, like, people are at different stages of development as makers. We try to take that as an opportunity to talk about level design regardless, so... Okay, let's pop this. Nope, pop my head right away. And of course, yeah, this guy's loaded in. Ah, we can totally kill it. Except, of course, I no longer have access to the boomerang. But if I basically still had this guy on this stack, kill it with the boomerang, we could totally have destroyed it. Yeah, I see what you're saying now with the hidden block on the third cloud. There is no way I could have known that. Except, of course, that prevents me from getting myself locked in the top position if we somehow killed the Skip Squeak in advance. We're going to run out of time because I forgot about the timer. Nope, we're going to take too many jumps here because I didn't consider that I needed to high jump this. That's okay, we'll kill it this way. We're going to hit the timer here, unfortunately, but we have progressed. And we have 2 additional Skip Squeaks that's going to take me out to 7 out of 8, and then a key door. We actually can get pretty close to clearing those then. Need to not stall so long on this first piranha, but if I buy myself a bit of additional time, and if the next Skip Squeak after that is pretty soon after the key door, we may actually be in good shape to get to clear. Whoops. Yeah, I gotta cut momentum a little bit on that guy. But yeah, still, Aiden, you're asking about the hitboxes. The hitboxes are not an issue. The distances are generally fine. The issue is mainly, about communication more than anything. In terms of making the level readable blind, let's kill that. 11 seconds, let's kill the next 2 quickly if I can. That's going to be with this. Whoops, 6 seconds here. Come on. Boomerang lag here is going to be a problem. We can get through that though. If the last segment is not too lengthy, we may be within striking distance. Whoops. And yeah, I had gotten into the pipe at around 27 before. I think I had noted that previously. But we'll see. And 31 seconds at that point in that jump. Yeah, I think that's going to be doable. I mean, this here, other than the bounce on the piranha, it's not going to be the part that gives me the most trouble with timing. Like, having the boomerang stall on me earlier was a much bigger timing issue, I think. We're going to get through here with 28 on the clock. That's going to be fine. Okay. Over here. Nope. Hang on. Nope, we're going to miss that guy. That's okay. Let's see what's past the second key door. I'm going to skip directly to it since we're not getting it clear, and I just want to do a little bit of a scan ahead to see what we're going to be dealing with. Because then we can see how much there is for the final Skip Squeak. It's just going to be boomerang over here, and we will need a couple of seconds. Probably even about 5 seconds is going to be good enough, in fact. 5 or 6 seconds through the final door, and then that's going to be the clear. So I think we can get it. I don't think it'll take us too long to get it done. As long as we don't have too many dead attempts like that. Nope. Once again, landing too close to get the ground pound. And yeah, we'll see how well we do with timing once we actually kill Skip Squeaks 6 and 7, which I skipped entirely on that last run, and which will be the major unknown timing challenge ahead of us in terms of how difficult I find it. Anyway, 30 seconds on the clock here. That's going to be pretty auspicious. That's not too bad. And getting that Skip Squeak without an additional bounce is extremely useful. Yeah, hitboxes are not the issue. Communicating what's going on is the major thing to work on. 6 seconds, well, you can do it, as long as we hit accurately on a boomerang here. That should be the clear. Thank you for that, still Aiden. And I expect that speed record will not stand, but thank you for offering me the first clear. Always appreciate it, and I hope some of the feedback was useful for the purposes of future levels. So, thank you once again for submitting that. Let's do a sub next. And yeah, the previous one, PPCO, over here with the 25-second record. And I'm sure you'll snatch the new one away from me in no time at all if you try. Tub and Chub, you said you feel like speedrun levels are generally more enjoyable when you don't put forced momentum breaks in. Oh, I don't know about that. I think sometimes the flexibility to, you know, have these little spots that you can improve on dramatically here and there, if the timer is sort of loose enough to accommodate that, accommodate the fact that you are going to have a little bit of stopping and starting, and that's going to be fine. It really depends on the level, and I think you don't want the timer to be too tight in circumstances like that, but it sort of can have a way of raising the skill ceiling a bit. Like I said, the main issue with that level is mostly just communicating what was actually required and what would be involved in things like defeating that one Skip Squeak with the invisible block. Like, a lot of those things you're just not going to be able to guess for yourself as a player going in without the aid of the creator being there in chat for you. Mang is going to be next, and Mang is going to send me something. I think I'm 2 levels behind on the new account, Mang. And so we'll just go through that in chronological order and start with some mole-on-mole action. Merry Christmoles, Merry Molemas, Moly Christmas, 0.38. And, yeah, Luca, unsurprisingly, with yet another Mang world record. Totally did not account for the mole bump on the edge there. And that's just going to be something I need to account for. We just need to sustain ourselves sort of to the right of the mole. Stack in such a way that allows me to do this landing. Oh, that's kind of neat, having the mole sort of flip up towards you like that on the first bounce after you trigger it. We'll just have to figure out a more consistent positioning to get that to work. And just eventually find a better method. Yeah, I do want slightly longer bounces. I'm just kind of doing a few initial tests here to see if we can find like a really good consistent method to do That's too soon. Yeah, I want to go for the coins right away and then land on the mole, because that's going to be far enough to lead the mole over to the jump block that projects it upwards. And yeah, we just need to kind of take a bit of a leap of faith there instead of overcorrecting backwards when that happens. Now, here's the thing about that Muncher stack. Let's see what's going to happen with that, because I don't know if I understand the Muncher yet. But I suppose we have to land to the right of that stack and get ahead of it, and eventually there will be something to maybe do an unstack that is going to work in my favor. But until we've reached that point, we will take a couple of silly deaths early on. Luca, congratulations on a world record on this level, which we had just pointed out a moment ago. Let's remember that our positioning to the left or the right of the mole stack does matter quite a lot here, because we don't want it to be changing directions on us. We also don't want to be taking off too early here. We do want to get on top of the hard blocks first to get into the correct position. And perhaps not completely miss. Okay, up we go. And yeah, a little bit more airtime there just to lead the mole stack to the right. Okay, we'll come down here, we'll get on top of the dry bones. Ah, I see, okay, it's the Muncher unstack on the wall. I was expecting something like that. Since the Muncher was so high up on the stack, it wasn't going to be really much else that was going to fix that problem for me. No, we want to get a high bounce off the first one. We want to make sure we stay on the right. Lead the stack over. You know, man, this is like, kind of like a jumbo version of the Pikmin level. Okay, that's correct. Icicles are not going to drop because they're not that kind of icicle. They are going to give me a little bit of slide momentum going forward, not that it's going to help very much. Yeah, I think most of this level is just understanding when I need to control some medium bounces to get the right amount of time off the moles, and of course positioning myself consistently to the right when I do want to move the whole stack forward. So, understanding how to position the stack and just understanding how much height you need to get between moles is pretty much the whole trick. I missed the spring. Hitting the spring would have allowed me to go straight up and landed on the top mole of that stack with the correct timing. Whoops. And yeah, Luca, hopefully you're able to stay. I mean, I am going between the next and sub-next, Luca, so hopefully we'll not take too long to get to yours. As you know, I usually do manage to get through everybody who stays in the queue at the point of closing. Queue closing, by the way, is usually going to be around a 2-hour mark on the stream. Last week we left it open much longer because people were still adjusting to the new schedule, and that was a bad idea because I ended up staying for about 7 hours. Although part of that was the fault of that 1P balloon level that I spent an hour and a half grinding away at, which was hopefully not something I will repeat today. Okay, we need a bit more rightward momentum going off that top mole in order to get up to the top. We have enough height. I wasn't really cranking it to the right well enough because of just a bit of a bad landing against the top mole. And yeah, Luca, I mean, as with many Meng levels, I think part of the difficulty is coming from the fact that it's pushing you to develop an unusual skill set that is usually not tested. In this case, positioning yourself relative to the mole stack, which very few Mario Maker levels ever really make you do. One of the few Mario Maker levels that did make you do it was Mang's Pikmin level on a previous account, which I mentioned earlier as kind of being the miniaturized precursor to this one. Whoops. Merry Christmoles, exactly. Yeah, the jumps themselves are very standard stuff. It's just, it's not even as momentum dependent as most Mang levels tend to be, but positionally, you just need to be very careful. And you just boing off the moles. Exactly. Look at the death markers there where other people had been bitten by the mole in the exact same place in midair, just having their face gnawed off. Oops. Oh, I got my face bitten off once again. Oh, we're gonna leave one alive. So he can return to his superiors and warn them that I'm coming for them. Nope, I didn't have enough rightward momentum once again. I think maybe I need to get off of that spring sooner, actually. I think I'm getting onto the spring a little too late, and that it is affecting my ability to get cleanly onto the top of that mole stack as it comes up. Because I want to take advantage of some of that bounce momentum of the moles coming up towards me, which currently I'm not able to do because I'm kind of too low relative to the stack as it comes up, so we'll try to fix that. Okay, up we go. And yeah, just a lower bounce and up immediately, and that was almost okay. I guess I do need to hang left slightly if I'm going to go that early. And get, once again, a few more medium bounces in the starting position. Nope. Forward momentum was not going to be on my side there, and I knew that already going in. Sometimes I'm landing too far to the right of the moles, and that affects my ability to position myself to make sure I still have forward momentum going left to right as I get off that bounce. Nope. Too far to the left at that time. It repositioned the moles to run left before proceeding forward. So that was the point of failure. Well, let's get up here. Notice that the stack kind of has this little pause when you do bounce on top of it. Didn't expect that bounce in spite of the fact that it was actually fairly clearly signaled. I guess the point of the conveyor belt is to position one of the moles so you can be on the left of it, but you can still land towards it because the conveyor is going to trap it on the right side against that wall. Lucas said you had an easier time with the second section, at which time you were already a master of the moles. Okay, down we go. And we have another raid coming. I need to acknowledge that in just a moment when we have a second to take a desk from the moles. It's going to be a Scrabble raid. Or maybe a Babble raid from Extra Typo, who's bringing into party of 214. I don't know if that was like partly Eric Rosen's fault or something, but hello from Babble. Yeah. And Extra Typo, of course, is the most regular Scrabble presence on Twitch. Also a recent Scrabble tournament winner of a major New Year's Eve over-the-board event that took place in the United States, so. Fantastic player, also one of the top people on the Babble Royale leaderboard, if anybody has been following that game, as I'm sure many of you have been doing. Including on the stream that you just came from a moment ago. And indeed it was Eric, okay. I saw that Eric had also started getting into Babble a little bit, in fact, earlier in the week. And so the recruitment is happening. The Stafford Gambit's not going to save him now. He promised us that I had a calming voice like Eric's. Yeah, I also kind of used to be much more of a tea drinker, although lately I've had much more of a coffee problem, so. Not as much of a tea person as Eric these days, unfortunately. But yeah, welcome to all the Babble people and the chess people, of course. Yeah, this stream is mostly Super Mario Maker. I do stream Scrabble and Babble from time to time. As a bit of a secondary thing. Extra Typo is somebody I actually know from the Scrabble tournament scene. And so it's been a real pleasure to kind of keep up with his fun and games during the course of the pandemic, and to stay connected to the Scrabble community that way. Okay. Let's go down here, and thank you for all the new follows, incidentally. Alright, let's get on this mole once again. And try to pop this. And yeah, I still need to figure out what the timing is going to be on these guys. I think I just need to let the moles land and then bounce on the first one and make sure the second one gets onto the conveyor belt. So I'm actually doing that jump too soon. Currently. It's the voice you would imagine a big YouTuber would hire when they're sick. Okay. I guess so. I mean, if anybody wants to. Send me in as a substitute teacher or something, then I suppose that would suffice. Let's get on this mole once again. You suppose that was your first time hearing this sentence? Trust me, you are going to see a lot of that here. This level, after all, is called mole-on-mole action. So, you can't say we weren't warned. Okay, let's get on this guy. Bounce like that, then use the conveyor momentum to... Wait a minute, so... Am I missing something with the conveyor there? Like, am I supposed to get on the conveyor soon enough to bounce on something else? Because I saw that after the bomb blew up, there was something that was spawning... That was the initial bomb crusher. I think that was a muncher, though, coming out of the note block to get the activation, right? So I actually just need... I don't know if I needed to reposition that mole to keep it alive. I may be thinking about this completely wrong, in fact. No, because you'd killed a mole with the bounce. Okay. I think I just need to do better on the conveyor when it comes to momentum getting me up to the blue platform. It is a puzzle. Okay. And Scrabble Kitty, good to see you here as well. Scrabble Kitty, by the way, is the person who developed our Define bot. If anybody wants to play with the Stream Dictionary. Some of you, I think, know what I'm talking about with the Define command, as well as the other bag of commands that allows you to do a dictionary search. You have a Scrabble Kitty to thank for that. And yeah, very useful bot. We killed too many moles here. So yeah, so this mole's going to get trapped in a conveyor anyway. We're going to kill it on the way up to the note block. Note block's going to kill the bomb. I think it's purely conveyor momentum that I'm losing to in that location. Okay, Muncher over there, yeah, so that's not going to do anything for me except... So I do need to get directly up to the blue platform from the conveyor belts. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to sort of hit the wall and correct from there before I hit the spike up top. I might have to. But I'm clearly going a little bit too early right now in that location. Oh, whoops, nope. I did jump without a mole when I jumped on one too many. Yeah, maybe I am supposed to send the second mole across. No, I actually am supposed to conserve one additional mole. Yeah, that's correct. I didn't read that correctly the first time. Yeah, you go directly off the second mole in the 2 stack that you have going towards the bomb wall. You blow up the wall with 1 mole alive. You follow that mole, and then you chase it down with a conveyor belt and bounce on it towards the blue platform up top. So yeah, we need to make one little fix here, because I'm using one too many moles right now at the end. Whoops, no. Too many moles once again. Toad actually exists. Yes, Male64. We're going to honor that request. Give Toad a crack at this. And yeah, Ecstatic Broccoli, the fact that this game has infinite lives, at least when you're playing levels sort of by manual selection, does affect quite a lot when it comes to the difficulty design that people bring into their custom creations. But in general, there are a couple of things about this game that work differently enough from standard Nintendo Mario that it really does change people's behaviors. And also people's attitudes towards level design in some occasionally strange and unexpected ways. Whoops. And here we go. That is a lot of words related to toads. Natterjack, I quite like that one. Natterjack. I don't know if that's just a type of toad, but I haven't quite caught up on definitions here yet. You know, Eurostyle is something I actually have seen on the board, I believe. I don't think I was the one who played it, but I'm pretty sure I have encountered it in-game at least once. It's the kind of word you would remember if you did see it played. I like how the crypto command returns that many results for your mother, including some that look totally natural and even common, like prescribes and quadrupled. Oh, I suppose it's the positioning of the U's and the D's there that would match up. So the crypto command is just a rotational cipher, for those who don't know, or a substitution cipher, rather. Like, it detects everything that can be reached by way of a character substitution cipher, so it detects patterns like duplications of certain letters. So if you do crypto balloon or something like that, for instance, it'll give you all the words that have the same pattern of duplicated letters as the word balloon. Just as one very easily visible example. Okay, so we jump off one mole and only one mole. But I need far better momentum in order to do that. I think I actually maybe need the moles to bounce up above me and I approach them from below. Or from the left, rather. On their way back. But it's hard to tell right now until I get back to that spot. Are there really only that few words with 15 unique letters? I think I knew uncopyrightable. I didn't actually know dermatoglyphics as a solution. I have seen uncopyrightable come up in a discussion about like that property of having 15 unique letters before, but whoops. Okay, that's how we do it. That's how we do it. And then we just need to pull back enough momentum to get on top of that mole. That's the solution. We've got it. Nope. Yeah, first mole there has to send me to the right. But yeah, so you let the moles bounce over you and overshoot. And then you have enough momentum going left or right to hit the note block to blow up the bomb. And then you have one extra mole to spare with a very comfortable margin. And that's going to be the way you deal with it. Yeah, you let it go over. Bounce. And then I have to pull back as hard as I can on that one. I think I'm leaving that jump with too much forward momentum. I believe I actually just have to jump slightly earlier so I don't hit the spike on my way up. Or maybe I just do a bit of a lower jump so I can do a better positional correction as I get up against that wall. So let's get over there and try it again. Whoops, not quite. Anti-constitutionally male? I think there are plenty of things that are anti-constitutional in English. I mean, the French may have come up with constitutional democracy, but they're not the only ones who know how to be anti-constitutional. Is it? Or... well, maybe not. I guess it is just unconstitutional. Can I hit the mole from a diagonal jump on my way up? Not very cleanly. I think there is a way to do it similar to what you're describing, but not without taking a hit, I think. Like, we've seen similar interactions before that require taking a hit on the way up. And I'm unable to do that right now because we don't have anything to give me that additional buffer. Whoops. Somebody asked for it, so you added it. Oh, for the crypto. But yeah. It is very cool, actually. It does have a way of teaching you some things by way of pattern recognition that you might otherwise just never learn or encounter. Same with some of the other commands, begins with, ends with, etc. Whoops, taking too long for it to start here. That's okay, that doesn't affect anything. Intergouvernementalisation. Why would that have changed in 2017? Like, are you actually still talking about words like what the Académie Française is doing, or whenever they play with the lexicon? There we go. Mole 1. Mole 2. Oh, yeah, you need to get onto Little Mole right away so you can do a short bounce onto the platform, and then you continue going right to sustain yourself while the big moles catch up in the 3 stack that we see in that position. So, lots of progress all of a sudden. Excellent. Académie Française will recognize that word in 2405 at the current schedule, yeah. Just have to change over their immortals a couple of times here and there. A new word came into play, 27 letters long in French, yes. Just need to get a 30 by 30 Super Scrabble board together for Nigel Richards to fool around with. Okay, need to, once again, get better left to right momentum on mole number 1. Nope, we pointed the moles to the left once again. Yeah, so it's very tempting to just go to the left of the stack to build up momentum to go left to right, but you can't overshoot like that because the moles will reposition underneath you. And they do have that little pause there when you stop the stack with a jump, so that's something I'm still failing to account for, that they do have that momentary pause. And we'll just have to correct for that a little bit better than I've been doing. Okay, up we go. There we go. Immediately over. And what do we do here? Ah, okay, that's what that signifies. Yet the box there just tells you it's invisible blocks. It constrains you from jumping on the left side. I think we need to not hit that at all, or... Oh, we need to hit enough of that so the moles can actually go on top of it. I want the moles to go on top, but I want to continue on the bottom. So while we are on the snake block, we create a platform for the moles go on top, and then we rejoin them on the other side once they've had a chance to bounce above me. That's going to be the way of things. Oop. Not quite. Honey, what are you watching? Just some mole-on-mole action. I am trying to get better left-right momentum on mole number 1. Just sort of gradually nibbling away at them. And, oh, nope. That's going to be miraculously successful. That's not. Dermatologists have the best parties, you're saying? Well, I mean, They can be pretty rowdy, though. You don't want to be going to a dermatologist party if you are somebody very thin-skinned. And you thought that was the start of a joke. Well, we'll just have to turn that into one. I'm actually not exactly sure which line, Scrapple Kitty, you were talking about, but possibly that thing about the dermatologist. Dermatologists, of course, are very good at counterintelligence with the way they root out the moles. Whoops. Yeah, it's a hard level, but it's hard in a way that feels manageable to me in terms of, you know, being able to go through the learning process without feeling like I'm losing a lot to bad luck or something that is truly outside of my skill level. That's what keeps me playing these. Also just to see some of the trickery on display as it develops the initial idea. Speaking of which, for people in queue, I am at about the 2-hour mark on the stream, so I will be closing to new submissions fairly soon. But, of course, my usual policy is that I will stay long enough to play levels by anybody who stays, and will hopefully be able to get through the whole queue at a reasonable time today, unlike last week. Last week we did get through it, we just didn't do it at a pace that was anywhere remotely reasonable. And unfortunately, we're not going to be doing something like a 7-hour stream today. It's just not going to happen. Yeah, that's the thing about making jokes about dermatologists, is that they can be very corny. Meal64, you're probably going to provide a new level next week, I see. Oh, looking forward to it. Once we've sort of exhausted the pathways and some of the existing selections. I think I need a little more airtime in that segment there just to let the moles have the opportunity to get further to the right. I'm going a little too fast there right now in terms of outpacing the moles before they're able to get to where I need them to be. Thank you for the follow. Okay, let's go over here. We go over. We go over. And we snap back, like that. And then, I'll try not to miss that one. I was trying to lower my jump a little bit faster so we can get ahead of pace. And then we do that platform creation that we talked about much earlier. So I know what to do at that stage. We just haven't reached that successfully enough to see it in depth just yet. This is getting a bit more consistent, which is great. This is getting there. On that mole, on this mole. Short bounces all the way over here. Are we going to make it? No, we're not. Yeah, I stalled a little too much getting onto the dry bone stack, and we know that because the moles bounced against them and bounced back, and that was enough to set them back. If I had read the dry bones sequence a little bit faster and just gotten to the right away without bouncing the moles backwards, that positioning would have been just fine, I think. We were actually well on track to clearing this section. Now, Luca, you were saying earlier that you actually had an easier time with section 2 once you had mastered the moles, so we'll see if that actually turns out to be the case. Ecstatic Broccoli, I almost missed that these puns are getting under your skin. I don't know, I think they have a certain appeal. I don't need to hit every hidden block here since the moles are big. Yeah, that's true. They're going to go over to one-tile gaps. I mean, you don't need to, but a certain amount of OCD might have a word to say about that. Anyway, let's get over here. Hop these over. Okay, going to be done with this one here, and then that's going to give me plenty of room to land comfortably on the other side. Okay, up we go. Whoops. And man, there was actually a very easy solution to that problem that you were just specifying, which is, if I can type here. Oh, okay, Mail, you got ahead of me. Great. Transparence, thank you for Don't Move Insane Fire Auto. We'll hopefully get to you. I will actually have to close the queue pretty soon, but hopefully you're able to stay long enough to be played all the way in position 11. Might take a little bit of time, but feel free to come in and out in the meantime and enjoy your stay. And yeah, of course a dermatologist is one who studies dermatology, which in turn is the subject that is studied by dermatologists in a very reflexive fashion. And you're saying that the definitions in the Larousse is kind of like that? Yeah, I guess so. Whoops. You've been playing along at home and you finally got to the snake block. Yeah, Pipico, I hope you've been enjoying it as much as I have. The first snake block or the second snake block? Because I think we're 2 snake blocks in at this point. Whoops. Yeah, because a lot of the difficulty here is very much just perceptual, I think. You need to watch what you're doing fairly carefully. There we go. Nice series of bounces over there. Let's get on this nice and quickly. Thank you for the follow. And we'll go down. Hang back. Not quite. So yeah, those of you who had just come from Babel Royale, I hope that has been going well. The fact that AxtraTypo was off to play that tournament in Scrabble that I had told you about earlier has been one of the factors that made things a bit more competitive, because Binac, who's one of the other Scrabble players, spent New Year's basically grinding his way to #1 on the leaderboard. So if you're familiar with the Scrabble community, gradually you realize most of the people at the top of the Babel leaderboard are also people with Scrabble experience. And so we either know or have met most of them. And so, you know, Binac and Wanderer15, Will Anderson, and AxtraTypo have all been kind of leapfrogging each other on the records here and there, depending on how available they are to spend their entire day babbling. I haven't actually played too much within the last week or so, I would say. But I'm eager to get back into it. I was streaming a little bit of Babel in the late December, and I do mean to do some more. Because it's a very fun streaming game, for sure. I think one of the things that makes Battle Royale a fun streaming game is that even if you don't know a lot of the words, you can still kind of spot positionally where the player wants to go. Okay, that was almost right. We just didn't cut momentum very well at the end there, but I had more than enough room to work with after the short bounces onto Dry Bones. Yeah, previously the problem there was the first time I saw the Dry Bones segments, I started doing high bounces because I didn't quite see where that was going. Short bounces buy you plenty of room, and so that feels very manageable. I think we're going to be at the Yellow Pipe relatively soon. As long as I remember to actually pull these moles to the right instead of having them stall towards the left. Oh, Bynak actually is here. I actually didn't see you come in with everybody else, and you're saying you need to stop playing Babel and start studying for NOLA. Oh, is NOLA still on? That's good to know. I was kind of wondering how hard Omicron was hitting some of the events that had already been scheduled for January, February. So the fact that NOLA is still going on, for those who don't know, that's the Crescent City Cup Scrabble tournament that is held in New Orleans, which is a fairly major event, and which will, if everything goes as planned, have a pretty good streaming presence this year, later in the month. So if you're following the Scrabble category, do keep an eye out for that. There's going to be some great over-the-board tournament coverage. Assuming, of course, that everything still goes ahead, which I hope it does. It's going to be a bit scary, yeah. But I certainly hope everything runs without a hitch. It seemed like the New Year's tournament in New York seemed to go very well from what I could tell. From a distance, I mean, you would know better than I do, having actually attended it. But it was kind of nice to at least have that sort of demonstration that as we progress further in pandemic recovery, that, you know, Tournament Scrabble is still something that is going to bring a lot of these players back together. Because I think there were a lot of open questions about, you know, how well Tournament Scrabble would survive the pandemic and whether it would come out the other side of it still relatively intact, but I think a lot of the people and structures are still there to make sure things are running well. Whoops. Basically, don't French strangers, yeah, especially if they are moles. Some of these moles have definitely been chewing off my face a little bit from time to time. And Pipico, do enjoy your dinner. Now that you decided to surrender. Yeah, I just need to kind of hit them on the snout like this to continue their positioning facing right. It does mess with your muscle memory in a way, I think, because there's, as I said earlier, there's strong temptation to always go to the left of the stack to build up as much momentum as possible, but here, the fact that it manipulates their facing direction means that you're actually just getting yourself into more trouble if you do that. Which is what makes this mechanic fairly unusual. Wait, that's going to be clean. For once. this should be pretty straightforward. This jump is always a little bit scary. Nope. Once again, I didn't really account for the mole bounce backwards. I feel like we'll get this fairly soon, though. And we'll see the second half. Depending on how the second half goes, Mang, we'll see. Let me see how long I've been on this current one. It has been one of the longer ones today, but let me just see when I pulled it up. Much earlier in the stream. I actually can't quite see. That's okay. We'll keep going for now. Green Heroes, thanks for getting in. Green Heroes, that's going to be a reminder for me to close the queue. Otherwise, things will be very, very unreasonable. So give me one moment while I change the stream title and the bot display to accurately reflect that we are closed. But as I said, for people who are new here, I will try my best to play through everything submitted by people who do remain present. In the meantime, let's see how much further we get on this one. If we take way too long, Mang, I will try to reach the halfway point after the first pipe, and then we might have to go back to this another time. But if we can get it soon, then I'll see if I can progress. Given that Luca assures me the second half will go fairly smoothly. Or at least relatively smoothly compared to the initial learning experience of handling the moles in part 1. There we go. Bounce back. And what do we have here? Yep, here we go. Oh, very smooth. Very good. Getting all of the moles down. Getting all the dry bones down in time, rather. And look at that. We're through. That's okay. We're at checkpoint. Let's keep going. It's going to push the mole to the right, and then I will bounce up at the same time that it does. That's a very interesting interaction. Pow is going to release everything here. That's a little frightful. As with the previous section, stomping the dry bones and dropping it into the pit is going to release... well, prevent the moles from bouncing backwards, because bouncing backwards would put them under Saw Blade, which would be awful. And also not give me enough distance to work with. That's a very unique setup right there in terms of getting that extra bounce off the mole immediately. And having that 10-coin tease you all the way up top. And yes, Luca, Melon Rind is indeed a Gilmore. Hope that clears something up. And 2 bounces because of the wings, great. This is very similar to the opening. I guess I need to bounce on top of that block manually. Then I stomp one mole to stay alive, and then I stomp the second mole once it goes upstairs. Or once it gets bounced up itself at the same block. Yeah, I wasn't quite sure how to read that initially, because so far when you see note blocks buried like that, they have usually been for the moles to stomp on and not for myself, and so... I just read that inaccurately on the first pass, but I think we understand how that's going to go. Whoops. And yes, indeed, Green Heroes. Happy Melon Rind. We already made that joke when we played Gilmore Super World, in fact, I think. Because rather than denoting it Super Gilmore World, we just called it Happy Gilmore World. And indeed, it was a happy experience. Gilmore, I actually did see that you re-uploaded the level that you sent me last week, presumably because of that one camera issue with the icicle early on, but that was a fantastic level. Highly recommend people look at Gilmore's latest, if you have the code for that. Okay. Yeah, that's going to be a momentum issue right there. I think doing the low bounce there got me onto platform much too soon. That was more distance than I really wanted to work with. So, Mang, if there is something like a hard mode, I will probably not have time to do it in this sitting, but we'll try to clear it from the midpoint here. You're saying there is level-breaking cheese. Okay, well. Yeah, it did seem like the timing on the bottom of that section, Gilmore, with the turnaround towards the lava rising was something that had to be absolutely foolproof. And Extra Typo, once again, thank you for that mega raid, and for bringing both babblers and some of the stray chess players from Eric's crowd over to the stream today. What did I say about giving myself a little more room to work with here? That was evidently incorrect. We do need to position the moles, once again, to the right. That's what the platform is for. You need to keep the moles running towards you. Whoa, I totally missed the mole that time. That's not something that happens often. Just hit the note block a little too far on the left. Actually, no. It's purely a sort of spacing thing. Wow, why am I missing that repeatedly now? That's odd. However, the fact that the mole has wings means that I only really need a high bounce for the 10 coin. You are entitled to 2 bounces on that mole either way, and so even if you don't go high enough, you should be able to survive that. You do need to stay to its right, of course, to continue to move its position forward. Okay, there we go. I wonder if I should actually let those bounce over me, but you probably don't want to cut their horizontal movement too much. Just need a time to bounce better. I was doing fine approaching them from the right earlier, the way I had been doing all along. No. Let's rethink this. Yeah, positionally, kind of slipping a bit here. Yeah, it's okay. Let's keep at it and try to fix this. Yeah, Green Heroes, you and Meng are talking about something potentially exploding, and I'm not sure if you're actually talking about the same thing. Oh no, Green Heroes, that's because Green Heroes, you're asking Meng that question, and the level that we were talking about in terms of the game-breaking issue is Gilmore's. You're asking the wrong person. The wall before the checkpoint. Yeah, I noticed the wall before the checkpoint as well. In terms of the hard blocks that were on the right side. But I didn't see that interacting with any kind of scroll break mechanism, and so I thought, okay, that's likely nothing. But yeah, Green Heroes, we were talking about something game-breaking on Gilmore's level, not Meng's level here. You noticed there was a big bomb behind it? I didn't notice that. That's interesting. Because I noticed a wall, I just didn't notice anything else there, but that's something that would be revealed by the more info screen, right? So maybe we can spoil that afterwards if we want to take a look. Mang, I'll put in a few attempts at this. We'll try to get a little further in this section since I know I can do better at this. But then we may have to move on since we're still fairly early in today's queue. It is absolutely stuffed. Nope. Hang on. Yeah, because Green Heroes, you know, when I see a hard block wall like that, the first thing I think of is just a scroll break, and so I was keeping my eyes peeled for some kind of indication that it might be the case, but I couldn't see that it was. So you don't jump on that after all. Okay. Yes, so the note block there is not for me. The note block there is indeed for the mole stack only, and if I had better momentum there, I would have been able to make it over to the right side. So now we understand that section correctly. Stinjar, welcome. And Gilmore, you will not be able to stay. That's fine. Thanks for dropping by anyway. Stinjar, I actually did not hear that you were working on a 40-level puzzle super world. You'll have to keep me updated on that. We may have to feature it once you're finished. And yeah, Gilmore, thanks for dropping by regardless. Hope to catch you another time. Especially because we are going through some of those Maker 1 levels midweek now. And I know Gilmore has a couple of those coming. And like Lucas said, the more info screen would be able to spoil what we're wondering about. Okay, need to really fix my timing here. I do wonder if I should just let the moles jump over me. But I don't need to, so rather just conserve some of this mole momentum and okay, so the issue there was once again I pointed the moles to the left. If I had continued pointing them to the right, I believe I have enough forward momentum off of the note block to make that. And yeah, Sindar, if you want me to do like individual playtesting of some of those levels at some point as well, we'll try to fit that in. For sure. Just so you can get some of that on video. In case of any issues. Okay, there we go. Yeah, need to really hit them on the snout. Not quite. Still having some momentum issues. We're so close to getting that right, though. The positioning does have to be quite careful. Nope. There was a new puzzle Discord server made recently by Rubik's Cube. Okay. Right, Rubik's Cube, whose co-op creation was recommended to me last week. Or when we eventually get a chance to play something in co-op. Nope. Once again, too far to the left, and we faced them backwards. And yeah, Stinger, I can barely keep my Discord servers organized, but that's apparently the big puzzle hangout nowadays. I'll keep my eyes open for that. Okay, there we go. Finally. I do wonder if letting them pass over me is positionally easier to deal with, but let's stick with what we know. Oh, that was almost correct. That was almost great, in fact, in terms of the spacing, but a little bit late on that final jump. Surprisingly, there's another contest, this time with 7 judges. Yeah, I am aware that there was a new one coming. I was aware of that anyway. I haven't sort of kept up with the details yet, but I had heard that the puzzle scene was getting quite active, even hot on the heels of the 50-some submissions for Stolen Tools. That was run over December, which Grokowski, of course, had only just finished playing earlier today. Luca is going to cash and skip to Q. Yeah, Luca will honor that after Mangs. Much to the chagrin of anybody behind you. I may have to wrap this up fairly soon, though, just to accommodate that request. Otherwise, people are going to be bumped way too far back. There we go. See, that wasn't that bad. Oh, we bumped the moles. That's a problem. That's a problem. We almost made it. That was almost correct. Okay, no, too far left this time. And Luca, you're saying this level is, that you're submitting is not as hard as Mangs? Yeah, we'll see. I feel like this is one of the tougher Mangs ones that we've seen recently, but you know, we're steadily learning how to deal with it. Yeah, at least I know what's going on now with the mole stack under the next snake block. I just needed to not have the moles back up on me quite the way they did. Nope, almost got that. At least we know what we're dealing with afterwards. And yeah, Luca, you won't be able to stay that long. Thanks for letting me know. I've been trying this earlier start time specifically to try to be a little more accommodating. And of course, this just led me to spend way too long per level, as usual. Whoa, 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 that's not right. I don't know how I missed that first block. I think I was kind of coming in at a bit of a diagonal, and so... Syndra gives you a bit of a John Four Wings vibe. Yeah, that's good news, considering how much I've enjoyed puzzle levels of that scale in the past. Whoa, didn't quite get the bounce timing there. Green Heroes, you want to see... Ah, a puzzle that actually involves the vertical loading? Yeah. I feel like I've probably seen something matching that description. Maybe not something extremely complex, but I've definitely seen like a tower climb puzzle that is affected by the loading rules. I feel like Aegis Cook actually sent me something similar to that description, like a Link level that was a massive tower recently that was a playtest for something in progress. It wasn't exactly a puzzle, like it was more of a Link dungeon type level, but it was a tower climb that is affected by the spawning rules in the way that you describe. Yeah, so Sinjar, you're talking about the contest, not the world. Okay, let's see. Yeah, nice to have more judges in the mix, of course. Always nice to see more puzzle players in general. Wow, okay, too many jumps at the end there. That was a trivial death. Just didn't think about my forward momentum on that snake block. Some potential about stuff falling through snake blocks when loaded downwards. I can't quite visualize what you're talking about at the moment, but I'll think about that because it may be possible that I know what you're talking about. I feel like that's the kind of thing that the global music people play with. Like that kind of loading rule would be something they're at least aware of. Yeah, that's the thing, is that I'm getting the bounce on Mole 2 when Mole 1 is already bouncing, so I'm actually a little bit late on that, and it's throwing me off. So we'll see. We're close to making something happen here. Well, it seems like there's at least one level like this every given week where we'll just kind of accidentally make it the main feature of the day. Okay. There we go. What do I do there? It looks like well, no, it's ground blocks on the half-screen scroll lock. I should be able to go over. Unless I'm supposed to just follow them forward on the blue platform, but it looks like I should be able to go over. You think Loop and Snoop showcased that tech during his video on the global setups, right, with the kind of super global long-distance loading. If I remember that correctly. It's been a while, so. There's a lot of stuff that Loop showed off that is still very underused, I think, in terms of what you can do with the long-distance loading tech. We are not anywhere close to tapping out what is possible using some of those ideas. Well, we're positioning here. The one that preceded the Super Global video, you're right, because the Super Global one was 3D World setups, right, with the dash panels and such. I think I know which one you're talking about. It's been a while since I looked at it, so. Oh, right, Snidra, I guess you're setting up on a new account. Hence the need to farm up the unlockables again. Which after so long, I'd just sort of forgotten about as unlockables. Nope. That's still a tricky mole to work with. Yeah, it's Ninja, but you know, if you're doing 40 levels, it makes sense that you're doing it on a fresh account. Nope. Still having some issues with the mole hanging back. Like I said, I don't really need to go for a 10 coin, but the important thing is that I stay on the right side of the mole the whole time, which is the trickiest thing about this. Especially because there is a strong temptation to pull back sometimes, like I just did there. Okay, there we go. Thought I was going to fail that one, but we made it. There we go. Well, that was a bit of a choke on something fairly easy. Yeah, Luca, I'm not really up to date on Maker 2 YouTube. Because I think a lot of the more YouTube-centric tech showcase people kind of put prematurely in a way. Like, they didn't really even get to the more interesting stuff before they just kind of gave up on Maker 2. You know, people who got off to a really promising start with some of the early videos. They just kind of crashed out of Maker 2 fairly quickly. Does anyone know how to make a no-shield contraption or a shield detector? What do you mean by a shield? Like a Link shield? Are you talking about the Link shield like when Link is crouching into it? I mean, I guess that would just be a subset of the question of how you would do a form of crouch detection in SMB1, right? I don't know the answer to that, but I'm just seeing if I understand your question correctly. Nope, once again, backed out that mole. Yeah, that's a good question. I'm wondering whether something would respond to that, because the only thing that the game would be responding to there would be the crouch, if I understand it. Because nothing else would kind of do an instantaneous detection on that. That is a tough mole. It's a very narrow window there to get the right timing to land on top of it. Whoops. People detectors, but it doesn't work with a shield. Yeah, that's a really good question. Like, I just can't think of what would even react to the shield in such a way that it would be the input for a shield-based trigger. Like, in terms of a remote reaction to the shield. Once again, jumping through a diagonal. That's very unfortunate. I was hoping to cheese that. It looks like it's just barely out of range, in fact. And maybe you would hit the top corner. It looks like it's almost cheesable. It's just a block out of range as it would be. Okay. Let's not choke here too badly. There we go. Okay. Almost. Almost. And then the next mole is a very similar bounce to the one in the introduction to this segment. So yeah, you do follow the platform forward. You notice very late that it was cheesable and you moved it one block to the right. Okay, so that was checked. Yeah, that spot would be an easy one to overlook, even though you're usually fairly precise about that. Oh, come on, moles. Get over here. The moles were so considerate, following me over there anyway despite the backwards bounce, and I just didn't thank them properly for that at all. Nope. Yeah, once again, they face backwards far too long. Luca, the part where you bounce on a stack of small moles after you hit the invisible blocks to create that platform. And because I had failed to escort the mole stack across in one of my attempts, I thought maybe I would try to just cheese it. It is one block too far. As far as I can tell. Whoop. Yeah, Green Heroes, it is kind of unfortunate. There hasn't really been a Maker 2 equivalent of something like Steve Gaming, where you would have a lot of reach outside of people who are active in Mario Maker. And also that the content would be accessible enough that even people who are very new to doing anything technically minded would be able to get into it. Like, you know, the fact that the Maker 1 loading rules video that still has the obsolete loading rules is still better than any kind of Maker 2 equivalent is kind of absurd, given how old this game is at this point. Like, the resources are out there, but it seems like there hasn't really been a good central entry point for YouTube resources that has stuck in quite the same way that Steve did in Maker 1. But I think it's one of those things where, you know, Maker 2 is really, really active on Twitch, and I know because I play it. But it seems like a lot of the places that were kind of hubs of activity in Maker 1, particularly places like YouTube and Reddit, really dropped off considerably in the second game. Maybe I'm wrong about YouTube. Like I said, I don't really keep up with it that closely. And I'm just not aware of the new blood in the scene. Come on, moles. No, we were consistently on the wrong side of that stack. Consistently on the wrong side. Okay, there we go. Yeah, tug it a little bit to the right every time, and oh, too high. Well, getting slightly better at some of the early segments, at least. Now, people are really far back in the queue. Nothing to worry about. I'm sure that we've been on this level so long that we'll have a couple of dropouts to thin things out a bit. But I have been on this for quite a while, though. Well over an hour at this point. So we're definitely in sunk cost fallacy territory. Luca, remind me at the end that you have cashed in skipped queue, because I might forget. Okay, there we go. Wasn't really having too much trouble with this mole stack earlier, and now I'm actually having some issues with things that are fairly simple. It's a very easy thing to kind of choke on, though, where, you know, you think it's an easy series of jumps where you just bounce your way over. It's very easy to read. And then you run into all kinds of trouble. Okay, let's do this. Nope. And that was once again too late because of the way the mole was coming up on that stack. Okay, let's hit the POW. And miss. Yeah, we're getting a somewhat more consistent timing with that jump over to first dry bones, at least. There we go. Yeah, I keep trying to tug the moles to the right. Look at how half of them were facing right and half of them had not turned over yet. For such a tall stack, you have to accommodate the reaction time of the entire mole column. It's okay. We'll make it at some point. Okay, there's going to be a bit of a tight margin. Let's go over. Yeah, that was a miss. The bottom mole turns first and then it waves up. Yeah, I could definitely see that because I died in the middle of that wave on that one attempt I mentioned earlier. Because you do need a fair bit of airtime, but you also need some lower bounces as you get near the bottom of the stack. There we go, that's comfortable. Nope. Once again, it just faced backwards when I wasn't expecting it to. I was trying to tug the stack forward the whole time. Thank you for the follow. That was not quite happening. Okay, up we go. And these moles are way out of position, too far back. Okay, forward. And let's try to get them onto Snout. Over to Stack. Nope. Your jump control near the end of that has to be excellent. Because I was trying to loosen up a bit of my jump height so I could keep my jumps a bit lower, and when I was doing that, it was throwing off my whole horizontal positioning. It's a very tricky segment. I got a bit complacent about it because my first few attempts at the small mole stack were actually rather successful. And now we're running into problems. Okay, small controlled jumps. This should do it. Let the moles follow you. Wrap around. That was a timing issue. That's as far as I've gotten. That's the same location as my best attempt. We're getting better at this, maybe. It is close to the end. I kind of got that sense. Just had a feeling, but we'll see if I can actually finish it. It's possible I can't, despite the extreme amount of time I put into this. Seems like I always make that mistake with at least one level a week, where I think, okay, we'll be progressing nicely through this, and we'll get it done fairly soon, and then I end up stuck on it for an hour and a half. It's okay, we're getting there. I can tell that's going to be a difficult part, though, that we're currently failing on. Yeah, once again, still overshooting the moles every time. Okay. Well, still pushing. Nope. Can't actually do that. I don't know why I thought I could try. Just wasn't really paying attention. Still not quite doing that consistently. I am doing it better than I used to in terms of timing that bounce, but it does give me a bit of trouble. Oh, once again, jumps straight through the diagonal. Well, I had to try it. Even though we had confirmed earlier that that would be a little too far. Okay. Well, been dying to that thing quite often lately. Yeah, like I said, in a lot of the early attempts at that section, I did not think the little mole stack was going to be this much of a problem. On repeated attempts, though, it seems like that is actually probably the hardest thing in this section all of a sudden, in ways I did not expect. Have to do some things very well here. Oh, nope, missed one block. And yeah, Luca, by the way, if you are in a rush to go, do let me know if I should get to you quickly, because you did cash and skip to queue quite some time ago, and if you are in a hurry to leave, we will get to you first. Because I don't want you to be in a situation where you cashed and skipped to queue and had to wait forever anyway, and miss it. Not in a hurry? Okay, that's fine. Then we'll take our time. Come on, moles. Nope. Too aggressively to the right. Yeah, in some ways this is tougher than it looks. It's tons of little adjustments that matter very much, and which can totally alter your positioning if you're not careful. Well, that was certainly snatching defeat from a moment of triumph there. Thought I was doing so well, and I thought, okay, let's just run, run, run. Celebrate this victory. It was not to be. Well, we are inching forward, one jump at a time. Choking to some of the easy stuff now that I'm finally making it past a bowl stack cleanly. And yeah, this could be going a lot better. Going for the 10 coin is actually a little bit of a trap, because it does tempt you into a position where you're going to be pulling the mole to the left if you're not very accurate, but pushing on ahead of it. Okay, there we are. Yeah, I knew that was going to be a little bit off my usual pattern because of when I got onto the blue platform. Nope. Wow, I didn't know how I got such a short bounce there. Not great. Okay, got that down finally. This has been a bit of an issue lately, so let's once again have them all back up too soon. Tug it forward. Tug everything forward. Great. So very clean. It's nice when you can just tell in advance that it's going to go well. So previously, when I was doing that successfully, I was stopping on the platform before continuing. I think that's a smarter thing to do instead of just taking the jump immediately. Because doing it from a stop was working consistently earlier, and now I'm overshooting by preserving my forward momentum from prior to that. And so that's been the mistake of the last few times, and I think that's something that's fixable. Because the timing there, or the spacing rather, feels more comfortable when I do it from a stop. That's the other thing, that when the mole tower is really high, if you change directions, the mole tower really kind of sways back and forth in a way that makes it difficult to stick the landing. The shorter it gets, the less of a problem that is. But when a stack is quite high, switching directions on it at all leads to disaster. Oh, almost a disaster, but we got it. So the solution there was just to unstack it quickly. And that actually solves a number of issues. And yeah, Green Heroes, the bit with the Muncher stack in the first half is precisely what you were talking about, as one of the examples, rather, of the stack just unstacking itself from walls. Oh no, you're talking about like when it's just moving, yeah. Okay, no, I know what you mean. I was thinking about that Muncher in the first half, though. And the Muncher here, too, actually, is a very similar moment here with the wall pushing it off. No. Can we salvage this? Probably not. And Kalazark Mozart, sorry, we are closed for the time being because I've been taking way too long with this level. We'll see, though, if we have a lot of people drop out due to my taking so long, we'll see if we have room at the end. It's kind of unlikely at this point, though, because I am already bound to run a very long stream. Just to accommodate the people who are already in. Yeah. Unstack quickly. That's way better. Much, much better. That's how I was doing it on the first few attempts when it was going successfully. Like, going for high jumps there creates way too many problems. And once again, that's as far as we've gotten. I just haven't been able to hit that accurately while preserving enough momentum to go over the next obstacle. For some reason, that doesn't happen with Wigglers. Yeah. The last level I made actually had a Wiggler stack in it, and so I know what kind of effect you're talking about. And it is kind of an interesting exception. Given that, you know, you would think wigglers are the one thing that would wiggle. Okay, short bounces. Much, much better with short bounces. So much better. Why don't we just do that to begin with? Instead of dying to all of this. Oh, wow. Yeah, I still don't understand the positioning for getting over that mole. And Netcat, that is exactly what is going on here. Specifically Netcat because we were running Mario Maker 1 earlier in the week. You remember seeing a vertical level or two where it basically set up a giant stack of munchers and angry wigglers that wiggle? That sounds familiar. That does sound oddly familiar. Okay, that's going better. Short bounces. Although maybe I didn't see that Green Heroes because of the hyperspeed effect that you're describing. Maybe I'm thinking of something else. And yeah, would not want to do a door entry over that. And so yeah, Netcat for the next little while is my main midweek thing. We're doing a fair bit more of some retro Mario Maker. Currently going through 1YMM. And we'll have lots more besides. There we go. Yes, the issue is that that stack is turning left. It should never be turning left. And if it doesn't turn left, then the positioning should be fine, because then I'm going to be higher up on the blue platform when the mole comes over and bounces on the note block. Right now, the blue platform is too low at the time that the mole is coming up to boost me up. And that is entirely because of the left turn much earlier in terms of that stack's positioning. So I know how to fix that. I know what I have to do to get that jump to work, which is an important step. Like, I need to know what's going wrong. And I do know what's wrong at this stage is that I'm still facing the moles left when I'm getting there. So as long as I stay to right and really bounce on the snouts, we'll see. So, Tub and Chub, am I doing Mario Maker 1 viewer levels at any point? We'll see. I would like to. That might be a couple weeks before that happens, because I've got a big stack of stuff to go through. I know you said you have a couple of Maker 1 puzzles you want to show me. We'll try to accommodate that and bring those in. Because some of the puzzle mechanics are so different in Maker 1 that I am actually pretty interested in trying that out. Whoa. Once again, over the corner. How are we still here? Yeah, because I think we are actually about an hour and a half on this level at this point, and Or possibly more. Which is even worse than the P-Balloon last week, but... it's okay. We're getting through it. This was about a 0.38 when we came in. I may have lowered it. Green Heroes, sorry about that. I need to permit you. Actually, it should have permitted that because I tried to get the clips to fit a regular expression that permits the link. Yeah, it should permit that, and I think I just need to fix something. Let me permit you anyway. Just give me a moment. I need to check my link filter to make sure links in that format will actually go through. Yeah, it is supposed to permit clips. I like automatically permit clips, so something is wrong on my side. But like some of my link filters on the bot lately have been a little bit buggy, so. Okay, stay on the right, on to snouts. Yeah, I'm not supposed to kill that, I'm supposed to escort it. And then that's it. You escort it across without killing it. You bounce on it once when it has the wings, you go directly across, you escort it, then you keep it alive long enough to get you up to the up pipe entrance. That's it. And that's it. We can do it. Now, the fix that I described for the segment I couldn't pass earlier worked perfectly. It's exactly what I needed to do to pass it, which is good. It's always very satisfying when I have a conjecture and it just functions the way I want it to function. Oh, no. Didn't think I'd get crowded that closely. And yeah, Tub and Chub, I agree with that. That's kind of why I'm playing some of the more platform-oriented stuff in Maker 1 first. I've already been reminded of some things in Maker 1 I'd forgotten, like being able to head bump things from tracks to other tracks. And some of the other things like, you know, various usages of pipe stacking, for instance, or other mechanical differences that are all over the place. Some of those things have taken me by surprise, for sure. Whoa. Wow, that was close. Oh, nope, I thought I would make it on that jump. I didn't. And Green Heroes, I know precisely which level you're talking about when it comes to things in the walls. Green Heroes, no, it was a different interaction that I'm thinking with. Of like there was a track interaction that caught me by surprise when I was playing it earlier this week. Oh, and it was something else. There was like spawning a boot using an invisible block over a question block to auto-kill the Goomba, like, you know, little things like that. Because in Maker 1 it drops a boot at you, and that totally caught me off guard. No, there was some kind of track interaction involving head bumps that it totally threw me off when I saw it, but can't remember what it was right at this moment. Okay, let's stay to the right. Let's not let these guys move to the left, ever. And then this will get me over. Come on. That was correct. I was a little tense about the snake block, and I didn't build enough momentum on the right side. We are so close. And yeah, so Tub and Chub. I know of one of John or Four Wings puzzles that was built around the starting at a wall mechanic as well, and I understand that that was deleted and re-uploaded because apparently that was the level that ran into Nintendo's glitch detection. Heavily cheesable with the mid-air P-switch door entry. Not that we're going to be doing much in the way of Mario Maker 1 mid-airs. Oh, as in you're on a falling P-switch and then you enter like an aerial door on the falling P-switch? Is that what you're saying? We are so close. We're going to get this. Maybe. Well, thank you for the patience of everybody who is still here, whether I clear this or not. Once again, need to do short bounces all the way. We had one long bounce and that was enough to kill this. We're so close to doing this. Yeah, but this has been the toughest one in a long time. I know it was that unpronounceable Desert Wind level that was probably the Mang level I had the most trouble with in recent memory. That one was the one that took me about 3 separate streams to do, I think. This might be the hardest one I've done since that one. Whoa, we're clipping through this like crazy now, and this is very odd behavior. Okay, come on, let's not choke on the easy stuff. When we're so close to the finish. Short bounces. I don't know if I'm becoming one with the mole. We're getting close, but if I were one with the mole, we would have beaten this already. Yeah, look at how much of a tilt there is on a mole stack when you do a high jump. That's why doing a high bounce is not advisable there. Okay. Nope. No. We're hitting that so early that I need the highest bounce possible when I hit that. I keep forgetting that, you know, if I'm hitting that mole, if it has the wings on, I need to hit it as late as I can while still surviving, and I need to get a high bounce to get off of it immediately, because it's so tempting to just kill it on the spot with a second bounce. And despite the diagonal arrow pointing down afterwards, since the diagonal arrow is so far off, that's one part that I found a little bit difficult to read blind, that I was not supposed to build a mole, but that's okay, we're getting there. And Luke is off to grab some food. Yeah, very important to do that. Now, your positioning on this initial push has to be pretty good. I don't know why I'm failing this all of a sudden, in terms of just slipping right off the note block. There we go. There we don't. Okay, we're almost there. Okay, let's stay on the right. Yeah, this is maybe getting a little bit rough, but... gotta say, I'm pretty impressed at this point that Luca got a record on this that presumably was in a single segment with both halves of the level. Have to be quite accurate to do that. Okay, just gotta stay focused here. Not die to the tilt. Not tilt onto tilt. Overshot. That was very clean too, like if I was just hanging a little bit left there, that would have been fine. But I wasn't sure when I was going to hit the mole with wings in a way that I'm actually still not sure at the very start how consistently I could do it. I love how it gives you the molecular weight as the first definition. Okay, that's getting a little bit cleaner. It was a little bit threatening, but I made it. That was the same problem that I had at the very start in terms of just not hitting the note block very cleanly. This level is malevolent, exactly. I'm still on it after all this time. Wow, okay. Didn't expect to hit the bottom of the stack that time. That threw things off slightly. Okay. We'll get there eventually. Short bounces only. That was interesting. I actually survived that despite hitting the moles in the middle of the stack, and of course that did not last. It would have been nice if that was a successful attempt, given how we sort of got into the middle of the mole tower there. Looked very dashing for a moment there, and then it ended in failure. Oh, nope. Total miss. Wow, not even close. Not even close. Okay. Nothing fancy with the mole tower this time. Stand on the right. Nope, it backed out. Bad news. Bad news. We made it. No, we don't. That was close. That was quite close. That very nearly ended badly, but it did mean that I didn't find out what was underneath the mole stack at the very end, because there was the brick that you could have hit to spawn something. But we're not finding out. We're not dealing with that. Well, mole on mole action. We took the last train out of Mole Station, yes. I kind of get the sense that if you actually called it, Nintendo would have a word with you, but we made it. And more importantly, you folks still here also made it. I did lower the clear rate. It started out with 0.38 and we knocked it down to 0.37. Green Heroes, Luca cashed and skipped a queue ahead of you. I don't know if I'll be able to redeem both, but I'll keep that in mind because, let's see, I might have to do like one actual queue level between you two at least. And Luca, yes, let's take a look at the drawings. Okay, because I don't want to like do 2 skips in a row, so I'm going to redeem Luca's skip. We'll see how we're doing with people remaining in the queue, because I'll pull at least 1 or 2 out of the standard queue, and then Green Heroes, I'll redeem yours. If that's okay. Because we've been keeping people waiting for literally hours. Cats is a nice little Christmas picture over here. Red Moon did much better than I did. This fellow is in pain, yeah, we understand. Ah, here's Luca's drawing. Kind of like a mole totem pole. So we're going to redeem Luca's skip first, and yeah, Terminator, I will likely do some from the queue first before I get to Green Heroes skip, just out of fairness. I rarely run into a situation where people do redeem multiple skips in a row, so we don't really have a policy set in stone for this, but we'll try to make it work and try to keep it fair. So, speaking of Luca, who drew this mole diagram, let's take a look. Hopefully something that's going to be easier on my hands. Level Ice Cream, Ice Cream. There's something I want to check in this after I clear it, but let's clear it first. This was your New Year's Eve level. Let's take a look. Also, yeah, it certainly looks like a triple scoop ice cream in the cover image that we see right there in the naked pipe cone. For some reason, you can't stop watching videos talking about Hyperloop. Is Hyperloop actually still kind of in active development? I haven't kept up with what's going on with Hyperloop. If you're talking about the Elon Musk project. Okay, this is without landing on the ground level, and it's also a big mushroom level. Let's intercept the big mushroom first. And then we need to hit the snowballs. Yes. Okay, no, this mechanic we're familiar with. And then I need to basically continue past the next jump. Okay, I understand that. Supposed to be a Christmas level. Yeah, we need to, of course, make sure we have the big mushroom. Yeah, I know. I remember the red pipe timing here actually from Meng's fishbone level. We need to be a little further on the right to get on that snowball, of course. Nope. Do need to kick it to the right. There we go. We'll remain in suspension over here until we can... what do we do about that muncher? Do we need to hit a POW or something to clear it? I don't see a POW. Or something that would activate one. I think we just need to go over. Yeah, I just need to reposition myself in that red pipe to redo my momentum. You're saying a Hyperloop is basically congesting in Vegas. Okay. Yeah, I am completely out of touch with what's going on there. We will acknowledge that in just a moment. The Derbster coming in with a party of 10. Let me just give you a quick shout out. Welcome to the Derbster and everybody who has come in. You just missed a level that I spent over an hour and a half on. Close to 2 hours on, I think. It was a bad idea because now I have a massive queue to get through. Which I will hopefully be able to finish. But yeah, Spirit Wolf, thank you so much for recommending my stream once again. Spirit Wolf has recommended me to raiders many times in the past, and I appreciate it every time. Always nice to see some new faces here. The queue, unfortunately, is going to be closed for today because, like I said, it's way too long. But glad to see some more Mario Maker viewers here, as usual. Whoops. Totally slipped off. And thank you so much for the follow. So yeah, the Derbster, do let me know how your Maker stream went, what kind of content you were doing, and anything spectacular that may or may not have happened. We always get great levels over here. So it's been a lengthy stream. We've spent way too long on certain things, but it's been a generally positive experience on my end. Okay, there we go. Let's redo this. No, not quite. I probably was able to go directly up, but we know previously that I had a bit of trouble making that jump, so... and yeah, the Derbster, do attend to that. That's a rather important thing to take care of. And yeah, trying to reposition there, but it wasn't quite out of the pipe yet. And so yes, thank you once again, Spirit Wolf. I have moved my times earlier recently, but I am still generally on at around this hour. We're coming to about the 4-hour mark. Like I said, I will stay on as long as I can to get through more of the queue. I usually like to end by about the 4-hour mark, but for viewer levels it practically never happens. Viewer levels run way too long every time. And that's usually because the levels themselves are worth it. Yeah, once again, Nowhere near getting over that Muncher. I feel like I do need to kind of go up a bit towards the icicle without hitting it, and then have significantly greater left-right momentum in that spot. The Muncher is going to be an obstruction there, so... Yeah, I need to land a little bit closer to net. While the Spirit Wolf, the queue is extremely full. It's partly my fault for taking so long in the last one, but hey, we got the clear. That's the important thing. That's the kind of thing that reinforces the sunk cost fallacy. It persuades you that spending way too long is worth it. It is easier if I go right away, okay. Maybe so. Yeah, because I guess I am losing a lot of forward momentum just stopping like that. It is much easier, in fact. Here's the POW. Timing was a little bit off there. Let's see. Yeah, I should probably just try to flow through everything smoothly if that's the way it's timed. Because perhaps stalling in a given location does throw off the other timings that are dependent on when you scroll the camera on screen. I do need to stall a bit on that one, though, I think, in order to... Whoops. Get that to line up properly. And the Derpster, you were playing a little no-skip expert and failing in some funny ways. Yeah, that's how no-skip expert goes, I suppose. I don't really play much Endless myself, but I do watch enough of it to have a sense of what you mean. Oh, I see. The small snowball is now released the top position that was formerly occupied by the Muncher, and so if you kind of go back to the left and then back to the right, then you're able to proceed. Okay, let's see. Got the advice immediately, of course, to go right away. Alright, let's go like this. That takes you directly over. Oh, have to hit the POW though. You only have one chance to do that before you bounce directly back down. But the POW presumably will release a couple more snowballs for you. Okay, let's try to get this down. There we go. Just have to be aware of where those snowballs are going to appear for you. And so if I take that one, then the next landing is going to be where? Let's see. Whoops. Haven't quite scouted out the next landing point yet. Okay, to the left and to the right. And we'll look for locations that are being released by the Munchers. Oh, I see. It's this one being fired here. Okay. Yeah, so you bounce on the left, and then you need to hit a timed bounce on the one that is being fired out of that position, which will hopefully just do well with a full jump. It is a very neat level. Yeah, we get some very interesting selections here most weeks. Too low, too low. Throwing off a little bit here. Okay, let's get over here and in fact, these kind of pipe layouts are actually more similar to the red pipes that were in the Goomba Fountain level in some ways. Well, in the first segment anyway. Here you get to things that are more recognizably creamy. Alright, let's try it again. Yeah, I have to kind of hit that from the left. Full jumps usually work here. In some places you can't afford to let up a little bit just to get the timings straightened out. Okay, so I was a little low there, but if you go right away, you actually would be able to drop on top of that accurately. I was a bit slow on that. This level might turn into a trilogy because you can't use checkpoint, due to the landing clear condition, of course, and a clear condition, generally speaking. It's a good concept. You can definitely get a lot more mileage out of it. When we saw a current record on this, it's about 30 seconds. It's not going to be that flexible given the nature of this. Yeah, just need to crank a little further to the right. Since it's just kind of constant momentum. Apart from a few places where I'm bouncing repeatedly, the actual length of the level is pretty well signaled by the current record, I would think. Nope, too low. Yeah, I do have to wait a bit for the first mushroom, of course. But if we do this smoothly... no, we have to wait for the next one. Nope, missed. Yeah, I feel like we're already at least halfway there. Judging by time. It starts at 150 seconds. Mang beat your clear check time. Well, that's what happens when you're one with the mole. Okay, next cycle. Crank to the right away, good. Whoa, oh, I didn't account for the spring. Yeah, that's what happened. Because you need to bounce like this, and then you go over, and then you hit the POW, and then you clear it away with the muncher over here, which will allow me to bounce further. Clear check time is about 29, okay. So let's not fail the condition immediately. So yeah, clock should be at about 120 when we're finished with it, if we do everything on the first cycle, which we're not doing. Nope. Kind of hesitated there. That should be about halfway. judging by what I'm seeing. Let's wait. You can, of course, save some time by shortening a few of the jumps. Don't really need to do a full jump everywhere. Mang bounce. That seems like it's not nearly enough momentum. I actually do need to go left and use the spring. If I don't use the spring, I can't actually make that jump. I'm pretty sure that's what's going on. Let's wait for the next one. Never quite feel comfortable with that first timing. Okay, there we go. Okay, we'll just wait for this opportunity here. And slice right through. Seems like we're close to something. Whoops, no. Alright, let's push another one to the right this time, perhaps. We'll knock that down. Wait for the next one because I was totally unprepared once again. Oh, next. Kind of changed my mind about that bounce halfway and luckily survived to tell the tale. Sort of nice that the bounce timing for repeated bounces out of the red pipe works out so conveniently. Oh, you need to push. Okay, you need to push the top one. You need to push the top one, and then when you go towards the next bounce, I guess you push the second one. Like you push, and then that gives you the bounces to go up here, and then that's the flagpole. Okay. That makes sense. But you need to push both snowballs to the right on the same cycle. That's pretty much the only way to do that. But the height is pretty much the same as the height that you're dealing with in the opening jump at the very beginning. Nope. Should have gone left first. You can go right away, but I would need to pull back on that jump much more cleanly than I have been doing, so. Let's give this a proper push. No, that's not right at all. That was far too low. Turn into anything useful. Nice idea for a Christmas theme, that's for sure. I guess that's where the red color scheme is coming from, on top of all the snowballs. Also, always nice to see a well thought out big mushroom level, since we see so few of those. It's really once every couple months, maybe, that we see a really solid big mushroom level. Very underused item. It's not even like it's intrinsically difficult to work with in the way that, say, the car would be difficult to work with. It's just very underused. Nope, too far left. That was totally wrong. We need to push the snowball first, like we need to do much later, near the very end. Let's try to get everything cleanly here. Wait for the next one. Okay, this is going well. And we could have gone immediately, but we didn't. Okay, we need to get these two on the same cycle. No, I need to fall towards that while pushing the second snowball, I think. That's the only way I can imagine doing it, is that both snowball pushes have to be from the small snowball. Can't see that happening any other way. Yeah, once again, you really do need to crank a full jump directly to the right after that lower bounce. Always going a little too quickly on the first mushroom. No, bad idea. Just wasn't paying attention. This will go fairly smoothly. Oh. World record's in danger? Oh, I don't think so. Not gunning for that anytime soon. Okay, bounce that. Goes really smoothly once you get the hang of it. Okay, here's the push coming up once we get to the small snowball. Missed. It's clearly what to do, though. I was just a little bit short, horizontally speaking. A little too far to the left, but it's clearly the correct pattern. And then the second snowball that you push gives you the final bounce towards the flag. So that's how that's going to function. I don't know why I hesitated on that one there. You should just go crank directly to the right. Spirit Wolf, except Luca's record would not be registered on this level, since Luca is the maker. That would not be the case. Once again, that's one of the reasons we're not getting the record anytime soon. I think you would pretty much have to go immediately and pick up the first mushroom cleanly. Let's not jump the gun. Let's wait for the next snowball. Let's wait for the next snowball after that. This was not the cycle I wanted at all. There we go. Very often you do need to wait for it to feel right. I like the timing of how you fall towards the bottom right there. That actually feels very clean. Almost ended in disaster, but luckily not. Let's do this again. And there we are. Thank you for that, Luca. Okay, like I said, depending on attendance, we are going to pull some through next before I redeem Green Heroes skip. I should actually have some kind of like per stream limit on skips, in fact. But we'll manage. I know some people have been waiting since nearly the very beginning of the stream, and 4 hours later have not been played, so we need to fix some of that. Hanzo Hattori was one of the people here at the very beginning. I don't know if you're still here. Do let me know if you are. Failing that, Pipiko, who just confirmed your presence, you will be next, I think. I think Hanzo Hattori did lose patience with this, or had to go for some other totally valid reason. And thank you once again, Luca. That was an excellent level. We've seen a couple of the red pipe spawning ideas before. We've seen some snowball bouncing ideas before, but to have them combined in a level that worked as cleanly as this one certainly worked out for the best. The one thing I wanted to check was, A, has Supernova played this, and B, did he boo it or at least not like it, which is the only thing we'd be able to see. Lots of familiar faces here, of course. Because we know that Supernova has this thing with pipes, shall we say. But I also know that he's been taking a break recently, which people sometimes need to do. Let's not pick on him too much. Yes, Green Heroes, you did use a skip. I just don't want to do 2 skips in a row because Luca did the skip. Oh, Supernova is here, okay. Yeah, Supernova, of course, will give this level a loving, warm embrace that it rightly deserves. I'm sure. Okay, so we're going to do a quick remove here and we'll go to Pipiko. And then Green Heroes, I will probably grab you after that. Although Terminator has also been waiting like really, really patiently, so we'll see. We'll manage to somehow, depending on who can stay and who has to go. But Green Heroes, I'll try to honor your skip somehow. And thank you to the extreme patience of everybody here who sat through the 2-hour mole fest that we put you through. On-off outpost. Very well-liked level for something from early December. 15 percentage and fairly short, actually, so let's take a look. On-off outpost. Oh yeah, I can land on the ground again. That's always nice to know after not being able to do so for a while. Night ground is going to do its thing. And we will, of course, get the 10 coin the fancy way. Take that. Not going to try to shell jump our way out of this one, of course. That would be a terrible idea. That would be a terrible idea. Oh yeah, Goomba's here. That looks convenient. I don't quite want to smack it, though. We can do that. Oh, do we want a checkpoint? Nah, we can. We really feel up to it. Hey, let's lead the Goomba over. Can we? Can't really get in that close, unfortunately. That's okay, because we will hit this. We'll grab checkpoints. And let's do that. Kind of nice to have a bit of a relaxing level, actually. After some of what we went through much earlier. This will, of course, just be on-off switches that we continue hitting. Ba-da-dum. On-off switch of Doom. Yeah, we can try to lead the Goomba over. Actually, let's do that. And let's do this one too. It's night ground, so we'll probably repel something. And that is indeed what happens. That's going to die, or at least be clipped. That was not what I wanted. That's okay. That was not what I wanted, for sure. Wasn't thinking ahead to the secondary bounce. And yeah, Supernova... You know, people do need to take a break from time to time, so... Hope you're making the most out of yours. And taking the time you need. And... let's see here. Always nice to come out of that refreshed as well. Okay, let's be a little more careful this time. Yeah, we popped this by way of the on-off switch, of course. Gotta watch my head. Luca, I'm not sure that was a troll. That was more of a self-troll, perhaps. Let's take some responsibility for our own mistakes here. Fine. Much better. Can we jump on top of this guy? We should be able to. Let's get up top. There we go. Oh, he woke up. Okay. Should have considered that. Swan dive over to the Yoshi. There we go. And let's finish this in style. Not entirely in style. Okay, we got it. Every troll is a self-troll if you're willing to play it. Yes, pretty much. I think that's correct. Thank you for that, PP Go. Okay, since that one was fairly quick, I will grab Green Heroes skip now. I was kind of concerned that it would bump people way too far back, but Terminator, if you're okay with that, because you're going to be next in the standard queue. And actually, usually we kind of flip to sub next as well, but let's try to keep things manageable here. Let's try to pull Green Heroes first, and we'll juggle things around to make sure we have a good balance of, you know, pulling people in with next and sub next and so on. Thank you once again for that, PP Code. Nice to kind of have that as a bit of a reprieve from some of the stuff that I've been putting myself through today. Also nice to just kind of have an on-off switch level that's sort of more like a casual stroll and not just a sort of cliche of having to hit like everything in a very linear fashion. It has a fair bit of flexibility, in fact. I need to manage my Warp World queue manually here. Did I actually mark that as a win? I don't think I did. Let's do that. And manually redeem Green Heroes. And PP Code, thank you once again for waiting so patiently. You've been here for hours. And I do appreciate you staying. We'll try not to create so many situations where I make people wait for hours, but I say that every week, and we fail at that every week, so. Green Heroes, of course, is usually submitting me music, and I believe this is going to be no exception. It's going to be something from the Elite Four Pokemon Black and White. I did complete Pokemon Black when it originally came out, and I have barely paid attention to Pokemon since. So we'll see if I actually remember any of the music here, and even if I don't, I'm sure it will be a gem. Roger Boy, welcome. Hope you've been doing well. A real warrior ponders the next battle. So says Grimsley. Anyway, Green Heroes or God Cactus is kind of known for doing music levels that have multiple state changes over different parts of the loop. So you have a track that's kind of layered over time. Also known for these relatively claustrophobic spaces as you load things in, but will survive the first icicles, I hope. Yeah, it's a bit dense down there, but we can read it. It's purely a jump timing thing. We don't really have any flexibility to move left or right. It's actually just a rhythm game. A rhythm game that we're not playing very well, but... Okay, key door for some later cycle. Let's make sure we get all of the icicles down. I hope your audio is fine, by the way. I don't think anybody has reported issues. We had like a rough time with audio at the very start today, but I think we haven't had any issues while playing the queue itself. But it's kind of doubly important to make sure of that when we are playing a music level, of course. The next team music challenge is 90s songs, I see. Yeah, because Green Heroes, I saw that they kind of did a Christmas season as well, didn't they? And I totally failed to catch up on that because I wasn't really playing this game very much over Christmas. Okay, still overshooting the second stack of icicles there. Let's just be much crisper about the jumps. I mean, we have to hear more of the music track first, of course, before you know how it sounds. We barely loaded it in. Light taps here. Yeah, much lighter taps, usually on the first icicle of 2. And you did get a level done for Christmas as well, yeah. We'll have to catch up on the Team Music Christmas levels at some point, maybe in July or something. Just to prove a point. Or, you know, remind everybody that they should get started on their shopping. You uploaded that one on your birthday, the 1st of December. Yeah, the Team Music one, I know what you mean. This one, I presume, is just because you wanted to jam to some Pokemon. Let's get the jump down, though. Yeah, Yeah, Mail64, Christmas programming is always in summer. More or less. It's summer in the southern hemisphere, close enough. Okay. Here we go. And let's pay attention here. Okay, great. Oh, backwards. That's unexpected. And because of the airship camera, Bob, of course, I wasn't paying attention to the icicles that were still there where they were all along on the way forward. Now that's very interesting. I wonder how the exit's going to work. Ah, because of the key door, yes. So we hold up going into the key door. We don't actually need to make that jump. At least not on the way forward. I believe we can go under, but let's confirm if that's the case. Maybe. Airship camera, of course, is not your fault, but still a nuisance. And something that you just kind of have to work around when it comes to this theme. Oh yeah, you totally needed to do the jump there. That was a safe location. I just misread that. But this is neat. I've seen a lot of these, of course, controlled blaster-gated music sequences before, but with the back and forth idea, not so much. Not even from previous Green Heroes levels that I've played. It's a pretty unique music level gimmick to get a little more mileage out of the loop that you've been setting up. Okay, here we go. I'm going to load you here. Let's be careful with the camera. You wanted to experiment with low gravity. Yeah, that makes sense. Especially because it would affect the bounces of certain instruments, I want to say. Well, no, maybe not in a global loop setup, though. Or maybe. I don't know. I mean, I play lots of music levels. I haven't really dug into a lot of music tech firsthand in the editor. I just sort of understand it in theory. It's the only one where you reverse the direction with notes playing both ways. Yeah, exactly. Because usually when you just have the forward auto-scroll, you don't particularly need to keep things loaded, right? You just do a linear sequence and keep things simple. But with the back and forth layout, of course, you would need to keep the loop active past the initial load-in here, if I understand it correctly. But anyway, let's watch this carefully. And watch door entry as well. It's going to come fairly soon. There are setups involving bouncing Mecha Koopa stacks in low gravity. Okay, that makes sense. It's really interesting just how much the 3.0 patch expanded the instrument set for music levels in this game. I mean, obviously everybody who's a music maker took notice of that right away. But it was one of those things, I think, that was easy to overlook about just how many different palette elements, like how many objects we had added to the game. Including, of course, all of the Koopalings and all of the Mecha Koopas. Okay, let's go back. But But yeah, the camera is just going to be the price of admission, especially when you have so much loaded in that the player is locked into the bottom of the screen. Anyway, let's do this. And up we, whoops. Yeah, I just need to get onto that a little more cleanly. And down we go. And all the way back. Just gotta watch this very carefully. Nope, I knew I was supposed to jump there, I was just a little late coming off of the edge. The airship camera doesn't go high enough to hide lower icicles. No, it's partly just a sort of reaction thing where... Like, it's not that I'm running into anything blind, that's not the issue. The issue is that just because it feels claustrophobic, you know, it's very easy to kind of get yourself into some panic jumps. Or just not have a very solid estimate of what your jump heights are going to be. I can totally see that in the sort of double icicle stack that I was running into, right here, I was able to see where I was going. But it was still a bit tricky to react to in some surprising ways. And yeah, like I said, it does hide the coaster itself. I mean, here, since you're not moving left or right, it doesn't matter too much, but if you're kind of halfway off screen, it can psychologically, I think, sort of throw off your sense of how high to jump. It is not a blindness issue, though. It's not that I can't see the icicles down below in the bottom layer. It's that they can be a little tricky to react to. It's actually more of a problem when there aren't icicles on a bottom stack, because you kind of need to sort of gauge, like, do I actually have that one block of room or don't I? Like, it was in one of the other spots where, yeah, when the icicles are kind of one tile up, so you have one row of empty space on the bottom, that's actually the hardest thing to see. Not the double stacks. Like something like right here, where you kind of have to make a judgment call very quickly as to where the camera position is currently located. Whoops. That was fine, actually. Didn't really need to go to the top layer, but we'll see. It's open to choices of paths exactly. Some places, especially because it's built to be a two-way layout where, you know, in order for one direction to play fairly cleanly, it's also going to set up a few choices for falling patterns going in the opposite direction. Simply because they're accommodating both jumps and falls. That's going to slam me right into that icicle, though. I do need to go high. Or at least it would strongly favor going high. That location where I just took to death. Okay, up we go. Yeah, bad idea. No, you have plenty of room. I can just stay low in that location. Okay, let's keep going. And down and down. Okay, hold up, into the door, there we go. That's the first door entry, followed by the first checkpoint, and of course an icicle being precisely the element that's needed there for the on-off switch. The key door indicates here we're going to have another back and forth for this part of the track. Look at that Thwomp there, just hanging around. I guess the Thwomp there is kind of a looping instrument. Love what you're doing with the tempo here, actually. Rhythmically, this seems actually quite complex in terms of how certain rapid patterns of 16th notes, I suppose, are being set up. I guess the Thwomp cycling there is probably just there to be an instrument. But I'm kind of wondering what it's doing as an instrument. I think I see what you were saying about the low gravity Magikoopa. Sorry, not Magikoopa, Mecha-Koopa stacks. Pretty complex layout for sure. Love this segment here. Whoops. The Thwomp is a sprite killer. Ah, that makes sense, yeah. Just to get certain instruments unloaded, perhaps? Or is there an entity-related reason for that? Just to, like, clear up budget or something? It looks like it's... Well, I mean, I can't quite tell in the moment. Yeah, the Thwomp certainly looked like an interesting solution to some problem. It's just that as the player, I, of course, wouldn't have access to what that problem is. A little bit too late on that jump. Killing a global setup after a while. Yeah, just to get some kind of phase transition in this track, perhaps. Just to force an unload. Yeah, very neat. The 4 Mecha-Koopa stacks that it kills. Okay, I see. Yeah, I guess I'm landing a little too late out of the lower jump there in order to get up high enough on that stack, so maybe skipping over all of those staggered icicles may not be the best idea. Whoops. Okay, let's go over here. I'll catch up on what you're telling me about that section in just a moment. Let's continue. And look at this mecha just being pushed out of the way into the bomb. There we go. No need to jump on that. That was the same kind of spacing that killed me in the first section. Since there's no reset for that section, all sprite power-up kills are permanent. Yeah, because we're going to see this once. I suppose. Wait, but, oh, the on-off state is at the turnaround. Yes, I see. Because the reversal is controlled by the on-off. That's what, of course, well, let's see if I understand this accurately. Yeah, because the blasters get loaded onto a different skull entirely at the very end, or maybe it's just flipped back on itself. I think it is flipped back on itself. Yeah, I guess you have the flimsy lift at the end just to kind of temporarily spin the blasters while the skull is being repositioned. Can't quite tell because, of course, that's off-screen from my perspective. But I think I see how it works. We relied on that in the previous section to have the bombs not play again on your way to the key door. Okay. Whoops, those single icicles there are going to give me a little bit of trouble. I see Koopalings dying everywhere. And back we go. Yeah, just going to load everything back on these skulls here. Too busy watching the platform, I can't really admire what's going on with the instrumentation layout up top. But of course, we just see the on-off state switch blocking off a lot of the note blocks that were in the first half of that track in this section. The music track, that is, not the objects on tracks. And it's gonna be push. Get the bomb crush. I was wondering what that mecha is doing there actually in the bomb pushing segment, because it's the blasters themselves that are squeezing the bomb, right? It's like the mecha is just loaded as an earlier instrument, perhaps. Anyway, let's hold up into this. Get in. Look at a spiny head that was up top there. I guess that's also just an instrument. Ah, Pokeball. Yeah, Mail64, sorry we couldn't get to you. I know I took way too long and everything today, but we'll hopefully see your creation soon enough. Perhaps even your new one. And that's up in time for the next stream. So thank you for joining me for so long. And thank you, Green Heroes, for the level. And yeah, we should actually play around with the level viewer afterwards for something like this. Anyway, great track. really interesting back and forth mechanic there. Let's mark that as a win and go next to Terminator. I'll get back to subs after that, I think. But I just don't want to keep everybody in the next queue waiting forever and ever. Impossible 8. Trickiest puzzle yet, you will defeat my mind. Fairly low clear rate tells me that there is a high chance of death. And thank you for the GGs as always. Okay, Buzzy Beetle here is going to do something. I don't see anything time sensitive, although the beetle in the top right corner is going to drop on me at some point. And because of the one-way panels, you would want to drop it to the left so it is actually going to affect the seesaw. To do that, though, if you go within beetle range, I think you're also going to be within claw range of the mushroom, which is going to drop and also add some seesaw weight. But the objective is to clear the ice coins and then hit the goal. There's no additional condition beyond that, but we need to figure out what to melt the ice coins with. And we have a couple of candidates. We have the potential for a bomb blowing it up, although I don't think that's going to be it. I think it's likely that the bomb is just going to blow up this coin over here once it's within range after an on-off activation. An on-off activation sends the bomb to the left, it ignites the bomb, it blows it up within range of this and gives me access to the P. The P switch does what? P switch gives me access to the clown car on the right side. And yeah, so I think the idea here is that I actually do want access to a shell because no one-way panel blocks this. This looks like it might be within range. I don't really trust that, but we haven't seen what the door is matched to yet, though. That's something really important. I don't know what the door is matched to. I think I need to drop the shell in order to find out. Whoops. You're saying this is the best puzzle in your arsenal? We'll find out. Oh, okay, these doors are just matched to each other. That's fine. That's good, actually, because it means that we're able to carry objects like shells back and forth, and objects like the P, in fact, back and forth, because the P switch will eventually give me access to a second big bomb. Not that it's going to look particularly useful. One thing I also don't know is whether the mushroom is a progressive power-up. That's actually a very important thing we need to determine. Having the mushroom, by the way, would allow me to hit the on-off switch while taking damage on the blade. So that's also an important thing to note. I think we're never really going to be within range for that guy. Maybe if you kind of let go and hang back in the right spot, but that, I think, is unlikely. So we need to figure out what to do with the seesaw drop and the Buzzy here. Because the Buzzy is going to sail over like that without sufficient weight on the left side. I think the idea is that once the clown car is lowered by the P-switch, we would be able to drop the Buzzy shell into the clown car, or indeed the mushroom into the clown car, and maneuver the clown car over here to pick up whatever is inside. Like, I think that's going to be it. P-switch releases clown car comes down. You load something into it at that point. It then gives you access to the clown car, which then allows you to fly up directly, although we've got plenty of ways to go up there already. So currently, we need to determine how do we hit the on-off switch. That's priority number 1 right now, because it gets me this ice coin, it gets me to P-block, it gets me a whole bunch of things at once. And I don't think it's going to be anything like this. Although it looks like it's just Fairly out of range, isn't it? Like, it looks oddly promising for something that may not actually be a solution. Now, the connectivity of this door to the other door, that I don't know about yet. Nor do I know really what to do with the Podoboo over here. Apart from the fact that it's going to force a bomb ignition if the big bomb gets all the way over here after a P-switch activation. Notice that the P-switch activation will also stop the conveyor belt. That's a rather important nuance. I feel like there's something to this stop. Ah, you know what? We can grab the mushroom from down below. Whoops. Nope. We need to let this guy wake up first. Great. Now, we're able to jump towards the on-off switch. I can probably just hit it directly, in fact. No, because I'll take damage. I do need to jump out of the shell, but we have it. We used the shell to get up to the mushroom. We used the mushroom to grab the on-off switch. Let's let this guy wake. On-off switch allows me to grab the P. P allows me to grab the clown car. So let's watch as this guy comes back to the left. And welcome, R-Vamp. I don't think I welcomed you already. Good to see you here. Bomb is going to ignite. It's going to give you the P. Now the P-switch is something that we can use in conjunction with a door, maybe. Activation of the P-switch now, however, is going to give me a clown car. However, I actually want to go through here, so I can respawn the Buzzy Beetle, because once the clown car is down, then we can drop the beetle on the other side. Oh, it's gonna miss. Yeah, I have to remember that ultimately the objective is to melt this stuff. I think the way to do it is that the clown car is going to capture the fire. And then you move the clown car over here. I think that's how it's going to work. I think the point of this Podoboo here is to drop into the clown car. Either that or you drop a bomb into here. If you drop the bomb into the clown car and you maneuver it over safely, well, you have to be aware of the fact that it's going to ignite in this location, but that would explain the P-switch location up here. Because if you get the P-switch active and get the bomb to come down with the clown car active, then you have another way to deal with this over here, because the bomb will take it out just fine. So we've got a couple of options here, especially because we do still have P-switch access. Let's reverse through this once again, so we make sure that the beetle is going to drop at the appropriate time. There we go. Now here's the question, do we have the ability to capture the fire? I have to do so without losing that myself. Yeah, that's going to be an issue. Let's rethink this. And moreover, rethink the P-switch as well, because right now I don't know what this P block is for. I guess maybe it's there as an object blocker for the bomb. Yeah, so the bomb doesn't overshoot into this location if you do come in here with an active P-switch. Anyway, we know how to capture the clown car, though. That's really important. I might need the mushroom. You need an object in the clown car in order to maneuver it into a friendly position. But in order to do that, I would probably need to load the mushroom. The clown car seemed goated. But you're saying it's not as good in practice. I'm not sure what you mean, but... Unless that's just a typo. Oops. Yeah, mushroom... We want the mushroom for something. We might. I don't see what an additional on-off activation would get me. I don't think it will be anything, but... One thing we don't know yet is if the mushroom is a progressive power-up. That's the one thing I never actually checked, was it? I don't think it will be, but we should be diligent about actually inspecting these things. Oops. Hang on, let's jump on it properly. And let's check this. No, it's not. We see a new mushroom spawn, in fact, right away. We don't need to reset to see that it is not going to be progressive. However, if that's the case, do we have a way to load the mushroom into the clown car? I don't think we do, but let's drop this and try. We'll hit the on-off switch first. I don't see a reason to turn it back off. Oh, whoops. Except, of course, for successfully getting a bomb out of there. Yeah, I guess the purpose of this Podoboo is to force a bomb ignition. And we lost a mushroom anyway, so let's do this once again. Maybe this is... yeah, it should be reachable, except I take damage and that will reduce my height. And we can always access another mushroom directly afterwards. That's going to ignite. Yeah, sure, let's grab the next mushroom. Nope. We know how to lower the clown car. We also know how to get a bomb to the left side, and we don't know what that's for yet, but I presume it's because we do want to load a bomb in here someday. Yeah, no, I know GOAT is greatest of all time, I just didn't know what he meant by goated. And your youth is showing. We've seen younger, perhaps. No, I didn't know GOAT in that sense had already been like sort of modified into goated. But the things that you pick up on Twitch, which I would not get anywhere else. Okay, so if you have a P-switch activation right away, the bomb actually gets stopped in the first location. I do believe we will eventually want to transport the bomb over here. We don't have a way to preserve the clown car as something active past... a certain point. Let's see here. P-switch is going to freeze the conveyor belt, though, so that's kind of important. Like, basically, if you have the bomb come out... like, can we get the bomb to survive all the way to the left? And if we do we have a way to deal with fire? Because we need to get either bomb or fire over here, for sure. And yeah, the burner timing is such that the bomb is going to run into that right away from the start. If you have a P-switch active going into that, you kind of need a second P-switch to be activated afterwards, and we can do that. We activate one, and then activate the second. So the bomb's timing is going to be protected. Well, no, we didn't want to do that. We wanted the bomb to stay alive. And it's going to blow up in there. But the first P-switch, when you come down, is going to release this clown car. So we're kind of partway there. We want one P-switch activation up here, followed by a second P-switch activation when you come back out. And yeah, Tub and Chub, we've had some younger chatters for sure. You were active in Maker 1, you can't have been born yesterday, so to speak. Okay. Okay, so here's the thing. I need the bomb to get in here. I can't push the clown car when it's empty. I can get the clown car to go up under certain circumstances. Clown car is going to sink when it's empty. I actually wonder if the Podoboo is going to get in directly. No. And Noah Arc 321, welcome. Looks like it's something that might be a little bit timing sensitive, but no, hang on. Yeah, we'll just reverse through here. Nope, that's going to completely miss. Nope, too late. We do need to go quickly for that. Let's reverse again. No, we need to go right away without grabbing the second P-switch first. Yeah, drop it in immediately. Not that immediately. And then rescue the bomb before it gets ignited. Hang on, we will need to rethink this. Nope. Hang on. Let's go back. Nope, this is a really kind of difficult timing to set up, actually. Surprisingly tricky. You have to estimate the shell pattern quite well to get it to dunk. Yeah, that's a little too late, you can see. You need to do that while managing the bomb timing at the same time, which is still not solving one of the problems that I have with this approach, which... Of course, the shell is going to consistently move left, which is in itself a bit of a problem. Yeah. Need to kind of find that timing by trial and error, just to get the clan car to behave. We did get the drop earlier, it's not too much of an issue. There we go. Now, I wonder... One thing we could do Like, we need to get the clown car positioned here in order to capture anything. But then how does the clown car... How would we get whatever object is in there out of the clown car? That's the issue. What happens when we put an expended shell inside a clown car? Does it wake up and pop out? That's a question worth investigating, I think. Things are time sensitive enough, though, when it comes to doing stuff like that, that seems a bit tricky to set up. Yeah, you're facing into the shell. Now, the only way to get a shell flip is to have it on top of the on-off switch. I don't think I can set that up. In terms of flipping the shell upside down so I can flip it. I don't see a good way to do it. I mean, there is that other shell. The other shell actually is kind of coming down in that fashion, but let's get a mushroom first as a safety buffer. And then we'll do the whole P reversal thing to untrap the clown car. There's still some kind of critical step near the end that I have no real idea about just yet. But yeah, when the initial shell drop comes down towards the clown car, does it flip when the Buzzy shell wakes up? The Buzzy shell wakes up. It flips, but it doesn't release. Like, the Buzzy remains in the shell. Hang on. So the question is there a way to swap it with the bomb up here? There actually is. Here's how you do it. You move it into that position, and you kill it with the P-switch. A little bit fussy because of the way it follows you. And I feel like we're going to get in some issues here with timing. Like, this seems maybe a little bit too fussy to be an actual solution. Nope, not quite. I was hoping to kill it with the P-switch. That probably still wouldn't get it into a position to capture the bomb, though. Let's check this. Not quite. Okay, let's do this once again. Double this up, grab the clown car. Let's see here. I've got the clown car. The only way to get the clown car out does appear to be the Buzzy shell. I wonder if the lower Buzzy can actually deflect in such a way that it stays on the seesaw. and waste anything down. I don't think so. But in terms of actually destroying this, I mean, I don't really see a few ways to do it. You need to load... really fire or bomb into it. And the P-switch segment up here seems purpose-built to favor some kind of bomb escort. Let's think about that. Yeah, let's redo this first of all. Nope. Actually kind of tricky to get that timing down. And I've got one suggestion of something to try. Let me just think about this for a second. The bomb's going to automatically ignite. And the bomb would be within range of the Buzzy. Let's try something first though, before we do anything like that. I want to see if the clown car is ever going to load off the track successfully, like with the Podoboo dropping in. We need to test that first. See if the drop is going to work in a way that I would imagine it does. Let's get this timing down though, it's a little bit fussy. Okay, it's when the clown car is kind of like at the top line above the one-way panel. Like, Shell's gonna wake up at this point. Let me test this first. Let's try to get this on top. And it does enter directly, so we basically just need to get the fire to enter at the halfway point. We actually can do that. Since the fire can be captured, we don't need to worry about the bomb being captured. The bomb is going to ignite. If the bomb is going to ignite, then yeah, I think that's the idea, that you get the bomb to vacate the Buzzy and have the clown car be accurately positioned here. If we set this up properly, it should work. The thing is that you'll need to time the second P-switch pretty well, because you need to make sure a bomb gets properly escorted to the left side, while, of course, maintaining the clown car with a shell inside the whole time, which is going to be chasing you. Okay, top line. Too late, too late. Yeah, the bit here with loading into the clown car is a little bit execution dependent, but we'll make it work. At least it's easy to try repeatedly without much setup beyond that. Now, can we actually get this within range? And then it's going to lower too quickly, so the timing has to be pretty precise there, such that the shell on top. What if the clown car is sort of on the ground like this? Not quite. Yeah, because the clown car is never going to get pushed through by the fire loading, is it? Actually, no, that's something worth testing. We need to test this. We have 14 seconds. I'm unlikely to do it in this attempt, but Basically, I need to figure out how to get the clown car load-in to work a little bit more cleanly. I think I have the right idea. I think I do have the right idea, but we will have to do the actual setup for it, which will take a moment. Oh yeah, we need to do the on-off switch. Let's do this quickly. And then do the mushroom again, just for safety. Second mushroom is optional, but I'd rather not take chances, given that we are going to be pretty close to a damage zone if we're pushing up against a bomb. Okay, let's flip back over here. Drop the Buzzy on the right towards the bomb, towards the clown car rather, to get it to load in. Good, that's clean. Get a second P-switch ready. And of course it's going to ignite the bomb way too soon. That's okay, we can... Well, we no longer have the bomb, so this is not going to be useful. That was just a P-switch not being activated at the right moment. And we will go over here. Nope, bad timing. If the fire were just down in that cycle, that would have been fine. You can't really realistically bump the clown car any higher because it will get trapped. Or will it? Let's try to lower it, like, sort of towards the floor here. Nope. No, it's going to get trapped for sure. Like, we can't really bump it above, I don't think. Yeah, there's something kind of timing sensitive here in terms of when the bomb is going to go off. Where I think this method works, it's just that the timing is just really difficult to set up. Because you only really have so much control over its position, so... Let's try to go back to that and... Whoops. See if we can do anything about it. Okay, let's do another jump over here. And yeah, so far with the P-switch activation, I have been trying to avoid igniting the bomb at the burner, just as a matter of getting more timing control. It's going to ignite so quickly from the Podoboo on the left side that maybe that doesn't make much of a difference. But a lot of it is just, you know, can I get the clown car positioned in time? And that's going to be tricky either way, regardless of what I'm using to do the bomb ignition. So let's do the P-switch. I dropped the shell first and then grab the second P-switch. Come on. Yeah, because maybe the timing's not quite right to make that happen. Yeah, because the bomb is going to ignite when the Podoboo is at a certain position every single time. If it's missing every single time, that tells me I should not be using this to ignite it. I should actually be using the burner. Because it looks like igniting it on the left side is going to be consistently wrong. Since, you know, it's going to come down, ignite, it's going to go up to the top of the track. The bomb is going to blow up in a very inopportune moment. That's the thing, I feel like it is an execution barrier at this point. It's not some kind of idea that I'm missing. It's just literally doing it until we hit the timing. And changing what we use for the ignition until we see the timing. But it's going to be so dependent on when the bomb actually manages to kill the shell, which I can't necessarily spot for myself. Like, if that works, it is an interesting solution. It's just that you know, you have some steps like that that are pretty timing dependent in ways that are not really something you solve with your head, so to speak. Once again, the second mushroom is going to be optional, but I would prefer it. Let's see what this does. Okay. Through we go. It's when a clown car lines up with the top one-way panel. That will be the timing for that. And then bomb's going to ignite. Run a burner. Oh, it's going to get trapped. I bumped it too high. That actually might have been right otherwise. That looked pretty promising, in fact. That's okay. We can redo that just by grabbing the P-switch right away. This is not a dead attempt yet. Thank you for the follow. There we go. Now we loop this over, and that's a clear. Oh, thank you for that, Terminator. Yeah, pretty interesting solution. Like I said, it's just, you know, the trickiness of getting the clown car into position there. I wonder if there's a way to get that to behave a bit more consistently without giving away the solution too explicitly. But other than that, I think the general shape of it was pretty easy to see. It's just, you know, when you have something timing dependent in a puzzle like that, I wonder if there's a way to get things in a fixed position. But sometimes, you know, you have a limited amount of space to work with, and you don't want to build in such a way that just throws the solution at the player, so. But I kind of wonder if the whole sort of bridge and door setup on the left side really is to the benefit of the puzzle. I wonder. But fun one anyway. Thank you so much. And I found a second solution. That's not the one you intended. Well, you can let me know what the other one you intended was, because I'm going to do that my way. And Kavik, welcome. Tub and Chub, let's take a look. Now, Tub and Chub, I don't know if this is the revision to what we saw previously. And Kavik, we've been very much enjoying what we've played so far of 1YMM. We started 1YMM earlier in the week, and we're a decent way through it so far. One screen puzzler. Kavik, so far I have not seen anything taken down yet. I know that John's for 3YMM was taken down and then re-uploaded before everything expired for Mario Maker 1, but so far I haven't encountered any issues. I know that I am expecting to run into that at some point, given that things like some of the GDQ levels, for instance, have been nuked. Some of them. But no issues so far, in fact. Apart from not having comments. But that was okay, because the only one that comments mattered for so far was the Saku Museum level, and I managed to find his document for that for all of the level references that were in that level. One screen puzzler, Seesaw Garden, a tricky puzzle on one screen. So last time, Tub and Chub, we looked at this, and I did something that was not the intended solution, and that was a massive red herring that got me all the way to one step of from the finish. So we'll see if we can do something different this time. This seesaw bit looks new. And Kavik, I know that there's the other comment level that's like the Ayumi Terminator level or something that's coming much later. I'm not there yet, but hopefully we'll see if we can actually clear out without comments. I shouldn't have spawned a muncher. I need to think about how to position the flower with a seesaw, as we saw previously. Terminator, you're telling me the intended solution to your previous level, which was Beetle in the clown car, push the clown car on a bridge, and blow up with the bomb. Guide the clown car with the fireball under the bridge off screen. Oh. Off screen, okay. Oh, you mean like if you're going up top? Yeah, because I guess you would have the ice melted, but I can't quite visualize that right now. We'll have to go back to look over your level afterwards to see. Okay, let's see what I was doing here before. So, previously what I was doing, I was raising the flower in a specific way, but if you raise it into the blue blocks, then it gets nuked once you do the first switch activation to the left. So, rather than doing that, we will... Hang on, first of all, position a POW. Right, hence the one-way panel that's been added to the right to prevent me from doing a flower push, because previously I was doing an object push to reposition it. Instead of doing that, what I should be thinking about is placing an object here early, such that the flower gets dunked onto the lower level. And that's how that should go. Yeah, because the red herring that we followed last time around was thinking about using an object push to knock the flower out of position and make it accessible later on. Now, of course, there is, this danger of trapping the player here with the one-way panels pointing inward. And yeah, Kavik, it's very true that I think you had mentioned to me before that there was a lot more lenience towards SD locks in some of the 1YMM levels, and that's okay. We survived so far. And, you know, those early days in the game, certainly not every bit of polish would have been caught yet. No, we actually need a P-switch, so we can't just stomp on this to raise the seesaw, can we? Or we don't raise the seesaw until we're on the left side. We placed a POW here, we grab the P, we activate the P-switch... actually, no, I want to take the POW with me then. Because what's going to happen is that I want to activate the on-off switch before the flower goes up. But I can't do that because in order to reach the on-off switch, I'm going to be going down. So actually the thing I should have been doing is using the POW block to block the flower, and then at this point we lower it. Because then I would have enough leverage from the end of the seesaw to raise it. Yeah, I noticed immediately the change that makes it impossible to push the flower, because of course that was the huge thing I did last time that was completely against the intended design, but which seemed like the right solution because it got me so much in terms of allowing me to think I was progressing through the puzzle. So let's go through here once again. Don't know if I need an additional object to lower through the seesaw, but if we do, we will grab the P-switch on the left side. I do, so let's grab the P. You were saying something about the visibility of the 1-up, and yeah, the flower gets lowered like that. Also, the POW respawning in that position seems to be pretty important in terms of being able to get me the flower later on, perhaps. Now, the flower is trapped there in such a way that because it's completely boxed in by the one-way panels, I guess I would kind of need to stand like a half tile over in order to grab it without getting trapped myself, once the blue blocks have been released once more. Actually, even so, if I go under the cloud, maybe I would still be able to touch the flower. Yeah, because notice how when the flower is positioned like that and the POW drops out of the pipe, we have that kind of perpetual motion on the seesaw that we were talking about previously. That's how it was set up. I didn't see how we managed to do it last time, but that is actually what happens. If I take the P-switch with me back to the right side, I have access to the spring and a P-switch to get me past through this gate. We should not need the shell yet, I don't think, except we do need the shell to eventually grab the key. I see the muncher that is beside the key as well. I don't know what that's doing, but... we cannot cart the shell through the top. We do need some other way of dealing with it. I can't really get it to walk over either. Unless I throw a P in this position, which will not be good because we... Yeah, we need to do at least one more loop before we can actually get the P... can actually get the shell to get the key, I think. We need to release the spring first, and then... There's going to be a bit of an ordering issue here. And yeah, earlier today we spent way too long on a recent Mang level. Yeah, but that's what happens sometimes. Okay, so we got a spring. Is there anything I would potentially want the spring to be used for on the left side? I don't think so. However, we still don't have a good solution for getting the Buzzy over to the right side. The only thing I was thinking of was a 2-tile gap here, which if you place an object there, that allows the Buzzy to walk across. We don't have a good candidate there, though. Previously, I placed a POW. I don't know if that's going to be a good idea. Let's go back over it. So yeah, we are going to hit the P-switch after we place the POW in the initial location where it's going to die, and then it's going to be replaced by one that spawns out of the pipe. Well, once we avoid dying. Requiring a POW to be hit before you get the 1-up, but requiring a POW to not be hit if you want to get the beetle back after the key. Well, I don't know about that, because what if you had something like the beetle shell bounce on the spring or something like that? Like, you'd be able to keep it in suspension if you did something similar to that. but we'll think about that when we get there. But yeah, I noticed the flower pushing change, of course, right away. Requiring a pound to be hit before you get the 1-up. Right, because previously you had the 1-up in the blaster location that we thought was a little bit hidden. Now it's perfectly visible here using a sequence of on-off switches as well as using the POW to get rid of the muncher. That's correct. And as before, it's Fire Flower plus Shell, I think, to get you through the ending. But I wasn't really paying attention. Anyway, let's do this. Raise the flower. Hit the on-off. How is going to balance there and make everything wiggle? Oh, I trapped myself. Bad idea. Let's hit the on-off switch a little bit further to the left next time so we avoid that issue. Okay, let's do that. Yes, that's correct. Whoops, I wasn't even watching the Buzzy. So concerned about not trapping myself in the on-off that time. Get the beetle back after using it to get the key. It requires the muncher in that location to be alive. Yes. Yeah, I see what you mean by that. This muncher over here, that's the POW check. Also, apart from the fact that you... Well, I mean, the POW activation has to be last anyway, though, right? Like you, it just basically forces a sequence that makes sure you get the key before you get the 1-up. Like, that would be the thing to do. Also notice the clue at the very beginning here that tells you the seesaw balancing of spring and flower. It's telling you that these two are of equal weight. Which is really important because it tells me that that is potentially going to be something we play with once we grab the spring. In terms of keeping the flower balance. Maybe. We'll see. And, let me see here. Yeah, okay, POW in that location, we hit the P, we go left, we know how to do that. Everything so far is straightforward as long as we don't die to silly things. And we'll wait this out. You have a wonderful idea for the next Mario Maker. I wonder what that could be. You see, Kavik, you're not actually the first person I've heard suggest that. Surprisingly enough. I don't even remember who suggested that, but... Oh, no. I heard somebody say that with respect to Mario Kart, I think, because, you know, there has been some chatter about potential Mario Kart 9 again, and of course, the idea of Nintendo ruining everything by like walling them off behind the NFTs is sort of the fashionable nightmare du jour, I guess. It's funny because like there have been some efforts to take user-generated content and kind of like turn them into a paid marketplace before, and they have ended in spectacular failure. That was basically one of the things that totally crippled the custom scene in transition from Warcraft 3 to StarCraft 2. Was like they bungled a lot of stuff about how they set up the community features for map sharing in StarCraft 2, and one of those was that they wanted to build the eventual infrastructure for a paid creator marketplace, which launched years and years later, but it actually meant that they just crippled the game in some important respects because of the way they were trying to lock maps from editing, for instance. Like, there were a lot of bad decisions, basically, that were made that had nothing to do with the power of the editor and everything to do with how user data was being managed in preparation for eventually allowing people to monetize, which was just delayed over and over again because they just couldn't make it work. And when they eventually did make it work, it just launched with a whimper. Because people just weren't interested, and they had basically killed the scene by that point. And yeah, man, that's great. Not fun troll levels. What was I even doing at this point? Yes, we have access to the spring, we have access to the POW, we no longer have this kind of perpetual motion that was going on earlier because I stopped it. However, we can, once again, drop the Fire Flower, I think, below the seesaw and pin it down. Now, why would we want to do that? Why would we want to do that? Because, yeah, now we have a gate that's completely open. But we can actually weigh it down here, I think. This. And that's fine. That's going to work out just fine, because then you can drop the POW. Except you don't have a way to kill the POW afterwards. That's the issue. I wanted to create something that would allow the shell to walk across. You can't use the spring because... Ah, yes. No, it's a spring that you need to take across with you to the ending. The ending is going to be flower plus spring. That's something I remember now. So we need to figure out how to escort the shell over here in order to grab the key. The thing that I thought about was using the POW to create a bridge across the middle. But then you would need to destroy the POW in order to have access to it again in order to blow up the muncher that's on the left side. So basically the presence of the munchers that was added in this version of the puzzle prevents you from using the POW as a bridge unless you have a way to also destroy it afterwards, which we don't. So we need to think about some kind of alternative for escorting the Buzzy Shell across. Now, one thing we've never learned how to use was this muncher over here. I still don't see a way to use the muncher. It would have been nice to, you know, oops, move it and kind of dunk it in the bridge in the middle as a way to get the Buzzy Shell across, but I don't really see that happening. And yeah, I understand what you're saying about like Mario Kart sort of trending towards being a generalized Nintendo kart anyway, with all the Excite Bike and F-Zero content. But we'll see. I think it was a seriously missed opportunity to not bring a Double Dash mode back in some form, because Double Dash is one of the best ideas they've ever had for the series. It's just that the track selection for that game was one of the weaker ones, I think. It was also very odd, in fact, that Wario Colosseum was not one of the tracks remade for Mario Kart 8, given that Mario Kart 8 is kind of a perfect fit for some of its looping structure, and, you know, the gravity mechanics would have been perfect for a revision of Wario Colosseum. And it's so odd that that's one of the ones that just never materialized. Okay, yeah, we need to pin this down with POW. Sorry, I need to focus on this. Too much time talking. Wario Colosseum is definitely not in 8. No, you're thinking of a different Wario track. You're thinking of... So I'm thinking of the Wario one that's in Double Dash that it has like that... So the original was, I think, a one-lap track that had a... or a two-lap track that had like the huge spiral structure in the middle. That's not Wario Stadium. Wario Stadium is something else. Wario Coliseum is this kind of spiral track level in Double Dash, if I recall. Okay, let's do this. Dunk it, get out of the way. So we need to think about how to escort the shell. That's something I don't have a solution for yet. The cheeps on the right side explicitly exist to prevent you from taking a shell through manually. This one-way panel seems to strongly suggest that you can get a shell to walk over. I can't actually see what's under the grinder, but I believe that's a 2-tile gap, not a 1-tile gap. Otherwise, we would have been able to just throw the shell over this way and have it go across. We can't actually do that. However, if the P-switch in that location gets expended, then we would be able to respawn it here. So if we had like a P-switch drop there, we could walk it across, but you need to expend a P-switch to come over to the left side to begin with, so I don't think that's going to be it. It can't be the trampoline because we need the trampoline on the other side, unless, of course... Actually, let me show you the gate at the very beginning here. Actually, no. Do we... Okay, so you changed the way the exit works as well in order to probably de-cheese it from something else. So I didn't even look at the new version of the exit. You need Fire Flower in order to drop the blasters. But you also need the bomb to blow up the hard blocks. I'm not sure I understand the blaster setup, actually, because if you have a Fire Flower zapping all of the Goombuds, then the blasters just drop. But there isn't anything that would actually kill them, is there? Except that would be what the spring is for, perhaps. Yeah, that would be what the spring is for, because I was thinking that in the previous setup that you had, where you just had to do a high jump, that would actually be cheesable with something like a shell jump with the Buzzy, right? Except not, because you would need the Buzzy to do the on-off switch activation. So yeah, the spring... Yeah. That's why you changed it, because it's vulnerable to a shell jump. The spring would raise the blasters one by one. You kind of get them out of the way into the top level above the semi-solid in the middle. And then Fire Flower allows you to blow up the bomb on the right side, and then you would go through. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, which is also why you have the thing on the seesaw at the beginning, which seems to tell you Fire Flower and seesaw are required. With emitter, P-switch, or POW jump, yeah. I would not be able to pull that off, but I can see why people would. Whoops. Why they would try it. So, we still have one central problem that I haven't solved yet, then, which is, how do we get the shell to come over onto this side while retaining access to all three of the objects that we need, which is a POW and a P and a spring? We know that both the P and the POW are replaceable, but there is a problem with that, which is that I don't know how to actually spend them if they're being used in the sort of central bridge position over here. If it's a P-switch, then something just steps on a P-switch, I guess. Oh, here's an idea. Okay, let's figure out this interaction. The shell should actually activate the P, but it doesn't do so without... Like, if it's a walking across rather than being thrown across, perhaps. But then it would just drop it on a one-way panel, right? Let's actually do it and see what happens. I'm not going to do the on-off switch thing yet. I want to test something first. Just want to do a test. Let's say we do a throw over here with a P. We need to do this, and let's just see if we can walk the shell over. And see what happens. Yeah, no activation. I didn't think there would be, but then we need to figure out how to activate a P on that side, because otherwise we have no way to get through this gate. I don't think there's an object drop on that side that would allow me to do that. There is, however... Well, I don't know what the Muncher is doing on a note block on the right side either. Like, that's still a mystery to me. But anyway, if we do this... We do this... And we have a POW that's replaced. Yeah, only things in this level capable of hitting a P-switch are Munchers and Mario. Yeah, that makes sense. And if a POW is in that location, well, we can't actually soft drop it because we can't get into it from the left. We can only drop a POW from the right. And we don't have a way to activate the POW afterwards because... Well, we just don't seem to, I don't think. So the question is still, how do we get the shell to actually cross over? I mean, here you can kind of still get to a position where perhaps there's a throw that you can do. Not really. It definitely won't be anything up top because of how that would be disabled by the Cheep Cheeps. If we can figure out how to do a P-switch activation from this position, that would be great, but the only thing is that... The only way I could do it is if I had the Fire Flower and I took a hit and I was Big Mario stepping on a P-switch and I would get out because I'm 2 tiles high and not trapped by a one-way panel. But that is constrained by the fact that we still need to keep the Fire Flower all the way to the ending, which is the constraint that I can't work around right now. So we're missing one very critical step right now, and I don't know if I see it yet. One very critical step. Yeah, because we can't just drop this guy. Unless there's some other way to grab the key. No, Shell's the only thing that's going to grab that for me. Shell's going to grab that and it wakes up and it walks out. And then you keep the shell, you go back, you throw the shell into the on-off switches to reset that state. But getting the shell to the right side in the first place is still the roadblock. We need to not destroy the flower. Destroying the POW is okay. In previous versions, someone bounced a P-switch on their head while going down a donuts and let the beetle ride on top. Yeah, I see what the seesaw is fixing there, yeah. That's an interesting solution. I can see why they would try that. Like if you just do a P-drop into one column, so you just kind of protect your head on the way. And empty out the entire column of donut blocks while you're at it. It doesn't work anymore, though. If I have a way to... well, think about that, because if you have a shell over here, like if we have the shell in this position where the P-switch is currently... If it walks over, it gets trapped in a one-way. Do we have some way to block it? Because there's no other way a shell can get across, right? Like, you have a one-way panel over here, you have the cheap gate if you go up above. The only way is to get the shell through the middle. The only way I can see to get the shell through the middle is to have some kind of object that braces it. Unless you have some way that allows you to take damage. But then we only have one shot at the fire flower, so I don't think it's going to be that. I don't see a way to move something like a muncher there. Or get the seesaw high enough to displace some object that we placed in that location, which will not happen because of the one-way panel. You switch over here. Yeah, you have the POW kind of doing that motion that would, I think, allow me to grab the fire flower without losing it. If we have the fire flower, does that change anything? Yeah, because you have to commit to going through the door, otherwise, yeah, you can't reverse through the door and do anything in advance. And actually, this is much more visible than the way you had it set up previously, I think, with the cloud over here. That's much better. You need 2 more switch activations in order to get the 1-up mushroom out of the left side. We know how to do one of them by tossing the Buzzy into the on-off switch, which would kill it, which can't be done until after you retain the key. So we're still missing this step. How do we get things across? If we can find some way to drop the muncher here and escort it, that would be great, but I don't see a way to do that. I still don't see what this muncher is for. It might actually be for remote P-switch activation, which might be interesting. Like, if you have a situation like a P-switch located here for some reason, and then you have the Buzzy bounce all around and activate it. No, I don't like it. You know, create some kind of bridge, something to walk over autonomously. That motion does allow you to get the fire flower. Yeah, I figured it would. That you can do it here. And that's, you'd be able to just kind of untrap yourself this way. But the thing about the fire flower is that I can't lose it by taking damage here. And I don't see it getting me through anything else just yet. Ah, it does change my seesaw weight, doesn't it? That might be important. Because if you freeze the seesaw on the right side here, which I thought would previously know how to do, like, you know, you lower the POW. Whoops. Hang on. That's a mistake, but like if you lowered the POW over, that's not what I want to do. Oh, I see. No, because everything is grounded on the right side, so you can't actually lower the seesaw much further. I was hoping that if you could pin down a seesaw on this side, that maybe something could happen. Whoops. But the ground tiles do prevent that completely, I think. I thought we'd managed to do it previously. Probably by way of just releasing the seesaw in an interesting way. Like if you put in some weight, whoops, and release it, and have this end go down and get trapped by something else. The seesaw does not quite give you the angle that would allow the Buzzy to walk over, though. And I was hoping it would. I was hoping that we'd get something that just goes high enough to do that. The other thing, of course, is just the option of treating this as a precision element. I don't think it'll work. I don't think it does. I think that it's going to kill you every time. Sorry, I need to check the current state of the list because we may actually have some issues today getting through. But let me check who's actually still here from the list first. I think the Leech is still here. I think Nintenium is still here. Sorry, I just want to make sure we know what's left. Zhao's Neil, I think, has left, and Transparence has left. Okay, so we've got two more after this. Nintenium and the Leech. Just trying to budget time here because this is, of course, running super, super long. Again. Whoops. You see, I don't know what there is to try with the Buzzy because we can have the flower, we can take damage, but we don't have a way to recover the flower state. We can maybe think about a way to like I was saying, here, one thing that we haven't considered with this Muncher is that it could be a remote activation of something like a P-switch. But I don't currently see how that's useful. But it's something I should keep in mind because, like, we just don't know what this is even doing for me yet. Yeah, we're really just missing this one step. I don't see a way to flip the Buzzy. At least not on the left side. Because there's nothing that it's going to be sitting on for a flip. I wonder if there's something we can up throw it towards. The perpetual motion thing on the seesaw seems to be the right idea, though, for actually obtaining the flower. Like, if you have the shell placed here, it's going to be a long enough loop around that it's going to wake up by the time you get down. Buzzy wakes up, and then becomes kind of unreachable. The Muncher is probably my biggest hint towards the actual solution. Yeah, because it's just a one element that I don't know how to use yet, and like, the thing is, if we can actually move a Muncher all the way here, that would work great. I don't know how to move the Muncher, though, because the Muncher, you know, we could also use it to brace the seesaw. We can get it to sit on top of all kinds of objects. Definitely need to pee. Oh, you know what? Okay, the muncher, if it kills the pea, then you get a pea spawning on the right side. Or sorry, on the left side. That doesn't help. Because I was thinking that, like, if you have this, like, really extended setup, where you have a Buzzy walk... So, for example, let's say after you grab the key, you have an extended setup where a Buzzy like, walks all the way down, drops on top of a trampoline, bounces up, and then the Buzzy hits this, and that drops on top of a pea. Then you could be standing basically anywhere for the Buzzy to do that, and then you would respawn the pea on the other side. That would not, however, actually give you any functionality that you wouldn't already be able to get just by activating a pea on this side, I think, though. That doesn't seem very sensible. Like, I don't see a reason why you would want to do something like that. Especially because it requires you to keep all these objects on the right side. Like, shell would be on the right, which doesn't help because you still need access to the shell once you go back to the left to hit the on-off switch another time. And yeah, good night, man. Thank you so much for the mole level. That was pretty much our main feature today. The muncher on the right side. What do we do with that? The muncher on the right side hits the P. The muncher on the right side, can it do anything with the POW? And yeah, I totally understand Bang's bedtime schedule. You know what? What if we found a way... Is there any object that would maybe allow me to repeatedly destroy the Cheep Cheeps on the way down and just clear this gate? I don't think there is. I think the only thing they're going to interact with are things that they can kill, since they're on that track. Because everything else is just going to collide into the wall, right? Like, it's not actually going to hit. But for example, if you did this, you took the POW. This would be a bad idea anyway, because you can only take one object up with you, and... no, you can do more than that. You can... Whoops. Yeah, no, you can't really do that, because you would need to take a P across. Actually, you can do that. Wow, that's quite a throw, actually. Just 1 second here. That is a much bigger throw than I thought. Well, you would need to brace it with POW for sure, but let's check some things. The bonefish you had there instead of Cheep Cheeps before were destroyable by throwing or soft dropping a POW. Yeah, because I was actually just about to try soft dropping a POW. But you're telling me Cheep Cheeps don't work. That was actually literally the next thing I was going to try. Okay, so much for that then. I mean, I might as well see what happens. I guess it's just a hitbox issue. It's just going to straight up miss. Oh, whoops. Let's not do that. Rather than walking the Buzzy, why can't I just throw the Buzzy? Throwing Buzzy isn't going to make it across the 2-tile gap though, right? I thought I checked that. Or did I check that? I think I checked that. Hang on a moment. Like... Well, I mean, you're also not standing very close. But I don't think it's ever going to make it. Like, it's going to have issues with the 2-tile slot there. no matter what you do. Hang on. That's not what I meant to do. You've tried pretty extensively to make that throw across the gap with a shell and never been able to make it without getting stuck. Yeah, I don't think it's doable either. It really strongly suggests being bridged, doesn't it? But none of the objects are going to work because you need to activate the P. You need to be able to destroy the POW or throw the POW afterwards to get rid of the muncher that blocks the 1-up. And it needs to be afterwards because of the key order that's being constrained there for the shell, grabbing the key first. And you need the spring to carry with you to the finish. The only thing that I can think of, like I said, is a muncher, but I don't have a way to move a muncher. I mean, you can do, you know, this kind of thing all you want, but I don't have a way to actually get the muncher to travel where I would need it to be. So it's not a bridge. You're telling me that the muncher was actually a clue, huh? I mean, what could muncher possibly be useful for in this position other than remote activation of the P-switch? Can it be used to destroy a POW, perhaps? No, I don't see it. Like, it's good for the P-switch. It also gets destroyed if it's landing in such a position that allows you to hit the on-off switch again to change the state, like it was landing on top of a single block. There is a way to kill the muncher after you lower it, just by having it intersect with the on-off switches, or the on-off state blocks, rather. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, Tub and Chub, I don't know if I'll be able to do it this sitting, simply because we are running so late. I know this is already, like, my crack at a revision here. And, yes indeed, you are very, very sus. I don't see it. Because you can make the Buzzy do some kind of massive walk over to the muncher. I don't see the way to get the muncher out of the right column. That's the main issue here. And that I don't see a way to, you know, bounce it over anywhere else. Which means that the only thing you're using it for is dunking on something else, probably. Yeah, this step has been a bit of an issue for a while. Whoops. You hit the on-off switch, it kills the POW, it gives you access to the flower with the seesaw interaction that we've seen a few times. Also, we lowered the muncher earlier, so it does that. Muncher would activate the P-switch if necessary. P-switch, yeah, that's not enough of a throw. That's going to be a dead attempt for sure. Yeah, I don't really see it at the moment. We've got to go back to this one. I need to actually sit back and think about that and maybe try some things off stream, just to poke around with it. But I'm running so late right now that we should actually see if there are remaining levels to get through. Yeah, I like it so far. I kind of have to see the solution though. Then we'll go back to this one. I don't think I've broken anything new that needs fixing though, which is important. So thanks for offering me first clear. Maybe we'll still be able to get it. But I'm definitely missing something extremely critical right now with transporting the shell and using the muncher in ways that I haven't determined yet. And I don't think I'll get it by staring at it today, so... And yeah, it's important that I didn't break anything. I guess now that I know how you're constraining the puzzle, that like the fact that the solution I tried last week was such a massive red herring that seemed like it was progressing forever actually was kind of a problem that needed to be fixed. In that, you know, it looked for a while like an alternate solution, but it gets you so far before it hits a wall that I can see why you patched it out. Okay. We will get this at some point. Sometimes levels are just going to work like that. We'll need a couple of different attempts to get things going. Nintenium, if you're here, please check in. And then we will check for... well, everybody who's left, but I believe the only other person who is here is the Leech, as far as I'm aware. So, we'll do a quick check-in for Nintenium, and... if not, we'll finish with the Leech. Nintenium is listed as online, so I may give you a chance at a second call. Totally understandable if people have had to drop, though. The Leech, if you're here, I can put you in first. The Leech, I know, checks in through a direct message, so we'll do that. You'll just have to take my word for it that they're in fact here. Also, the Leech, speaking of which, we saw when I was playing 1YMM that you actually still hold the record on Lantis's level in 1YMM, the one that has tons and tons of plays with the two Koopas, the two Koopa friends. It was kind of remarkable. That has like tens of thousands of plays, and you're still holding it. Ah, yes, this one. Okay, so let's see here. Yeah, since we looked at this one last week, I'll try to progress it through it again. Just because of the nature of how long the stream has been running today, I don't know if we will finish it on this attempt either, even though it is the second crack at this, but I'll try to put in a little bit of time. It's just that we are kind of like hours over time at this stage. And yeah, last time we determined that we'll try to do a clear without the pink coins first. To see if I still remember how to do the platforming in this game. Whoops. Let's not drop that quickly. But yeah, we'll try to put in a decent number of attempts. And, yeah, we did keep the recording, of course, of the 1YMM level that I'm talking about. It was on the last stream that I ran before this one. Okay, let's see here. This was just a spin, right? I think it was. Or, oh, no, it wasn't. It was just a twirl. It's very standard. I still remember how to platform from time to time. Even if I am slightly running out of gas at this point. And let's see here. Okay, there we go. There's another coin here. 30 coin. We had tried for that last time. Not very successfully, I believe, but... Whoa. Nope. Yeah, that's a series of wall jumps up, wrapping around that curve. We'll just try to get back up to the later section as quickly as we can. Okay, up we go. And yeah, you'll definitely remember the 1YMM level when you see it. It's the one by Lantis where you play as one Koopa using the amiibo costume, and you're kind of escorting your friend, which is the other Koopa. I believe that was the one. Let's push on ahead. Okay, have a bit of forward momentum there. That's going to solve a number of issues. Oops, nope, just a little late on the wall jump there. That was almost correct. Almost what I needed. Nope, not quite. And speaking of Maker 1 viewer levels, yeah, because the bookmark site is gone, the thing about the bookmark site is that a lot of people's links to the bookmark site, even though those are dead links now, they still preserve the codes themselves inside the URL for the link. That's what I normally do, is I just look at the code embedded in the link and I punch it in manually. And thankfully there was enough of Maker 1 recorded in places like YouTube that if you just Google something that you're looking for, or Google something else by the same maker that you're looking for, it's not too hard, usually, to find the leads that will get you to the code that you actually want. And here we go. An old level that is old enough not to have snowballs in it. Yeah, basically. Because imagine that actually using the snow theme without any of those shenanigans. Yeah, recently, of course, the last contest that Grakowski and Carl and some of the other puzzle streamers were hosting was a snow theme contest that also had the constraint of not having the usual standard items that you can carry, like springs, pows, peas, etc. And of course, a ton of the submissions took advantage of the property of using the SMB2 mushroom to pick up snowballs, because that allowed you to at least get some item handling back into the mix as a puzzle interaction. Sapphire, so I usually do go for the optional content. This is optional in this level, by the way. It isn't a required exit. There were some that are kind of precision dependent enough, notably coin number 2, which needs a really clean landing out of your jump, that I decided when I briefly took a look at this level last week that I'd rather try to get the standard clear first. And that's just a judgment call on my part. Because usually I do all the extra content that I can manage. But yeah, this coin here, as you can see, you kind of need to do a spin off the right side wall, and you need to land extremely cleanly on the left side. And I just don't want to fight with that. That's precisely the kind of stuff I'm bad at, so I sort of need to show myself that I can clear it the standard way before I proceed. Like, it's significantly harder, I think, than the standard part of the level. Whoops. And yeah, Green Heroes, that's a good point about quicksand and a desert theme to really do a proper remake of some of those mechanics in SMB3. Also as a way to just destroy entities potentially, if you are able to destroy things in the sand. Or you can just treat it as another sort of a fluid equivalent where it's actually just hiding elements from the screen. It could be implemented in any number of ways, but the main interest in it would of course be the drag interaction and the things that would add to the physics of the game. Let's actually make that jump. Between this level and the last level, this is kind of turning into deja vu of last week. Whoops. That's what happens when I don't clear things and I welcome them back afterwards. Come on. Let's fix this. Yeah, it's really weird how to change the syncing interaction in Maker 2 in terms of when enemies are kind of treated as already dead, where, you know, their sprites are still on screen and you can't actually make contact with them. I believe that was a big change for Maker 1. In that you can make contact with objects sinking in lava for much longer in the original game, whereas now you can't really do it at all. Like, the enemies touch the lava and they are considered already off screen. Okay, let's see here. Okay, that was clean. Ah, okay, here we want... No, let's try to jump cleanly all the way over. It is doable. Not like that, of course. And yeah, Kavik, I played this one briefly last week. I didn't get that far. I got to about the same point that I'm at now. But I didn't actually have time to finish it last time. I mean, it's fairly manageable on a kind of jump-by-jump basis. It's more that... we have a couple of jumps to clean up here and there. Whoops. Oh, you were quoting this song. Okay, yeah. Hard to tell sometimes in text. Whoops. And yeah, you'd have to kind of go low, come up towards that coin. Okay, this thing here, yeah, I remember we had some kind of discussion last week about this sort of really janky discrepancy between the left side wall and the right side wall in terms of the timing when you're going up. Like, there's something that's sort of like this invisible discrepancy that is just weird. Nope, too late. No, I did make it past that last time. Whoops. And yeah, we'll see if we actually get to Maker 1 viewer levels at some point to go back to that point. I've been asked about it by a couple of people. But for now, the priority is to get through 1, 2, 3 YMM, and then I had a couple of levels that were requested ages ago that I want to do first. Notably, some of John or Tetraterrace's puzzles. Like, those are going to be a big priority. Because a couple of the solutions I think he's actually never seen recorded. Or at least in terms of the true endings, perhaps. But then we'll see, depending on how much interest there is in doing Maker 1 at some point. Obviously, we're at a point where like literally nobody is doing Maker 1 viewer levels. Because the only people streaming it regularly are the Lucky Draw bot and Chain Chomp Braden, who's still busy with Trials of Death after how many thousands of hours. But if there is interest, we'll probably do that. And Sapphire, that's an interesting suggestion. That's why we have a point reward for that. I think Princess Peach's flotation here is probably not going to be very useful, though. Just not going to get enough height for that to matter. Well, I was consistently doing this on the right side last time, actually. I find it a little bit easier to visualize, even though maybe the spacing is not as great. And of course, I went too early. Yeah, Green Heroes, there's a Lucky Draw bot that's on all the time. I don't know if it's actually recorded or clear yet, but usually in the wee hours, if you look at the Mario Maker 1 category, and that is, say, if Chain Chomp Braden's not on, and if I'm not running Maker 1, there is typically a Lucky Draw bot that's on with, like, one viewer, which is probably a bot viewer. Oh, it's not, and to clarify something, it's not, which the leech just DM'd me about, it's not an invisible thing with the left and right side. It's if you jump off the ledge on the left side, that's a one tile up. Yeah, okay, no, I got that mixed up. Like on the double saw bit here. Let's get back to that. Because last time I just consistently did it on the right side, and I was able to do it, but maybe the timing is tight for that. And there are ways to make life easier. No, let's do the double jump. Yeah, off this ledge here, I guess. If you go up here instead, you have a bit more room on the timing, as long as you don't hit your head on the ceiling. Which I'm very likely to do. Whoop. Actually, I just needed to wall jump a little quicker there, and that would have been fine. Yeah, like if you think I'm a victim of sunk cost fallacy, that's really nothing compared to Brayden. At this point, I think it's more of a reputational thing. Couldn't imagine having a hold myself up into a situation like that where you have been devoured by your own creation. Because that's what it is, really, just, you know, having been consumed by a problem of your own making. Yeah, my understanding is that with the Trials of Death, that through some kind of exploit or whatever, that it actually was uploaded on some kind of alternate account, but you have to wonder, right? Even if there's an official clear on it at some point, who is actually going to play it? It's one of those things that is going to get done for the sake of getting it done, if it gets done. And I think like there was a lot more interest in it when it seemed like there was kind of a deadline on it in terms of the uploads officially going down for Maker 1. But at this point, yeah, it's really just something that is riding on its own inertia. And yeah, Green Heroes, that's exactly what I'm talking about, that there was some kind of hack to get the upload up for people who, for some reason, actually want to attempt it. Okay, no, it's going to be a series of wall jumps here, we know that. I don't know why I tried it that way. Series of wall jumps just taking you over to the left. We can do that. Whoops. But yeah, you would think by now that somebody would have Lucky Draw on video. I remember actually back in the last days of Maker 1 when I think Jakku was running like a multi-bot split screen stream of like multiple bots at once trying to get Lucky Draw on video. Which is also absolutely pointless to watch, but it was an interesting proof of concept though. Like I kind of respect Lucky Draw as being a technical example. The point is not to play it. The point is just to know that it can be done. Whoops. Oh, so Kavik, Lucky Draw was the thing that came up in the last few months of Mario Maker 1, which is a pure randomizer level. Taking advantage of the fact that like Mario Maker 1's RNG is sort of seeded like truly randomly every time. And it's just a straight corridor level with no flexibility for any inputs from the player that relies on a series of Magic Koopas that all have to spawn coins, and all of the coins have to bounce in the correct direction. And so the probability of clearing the level is actually like infinitesimally low. But you can also just have a bot autoplay it over and over because there is 0 player input that is involved, right? Like it's literally just a roll of the dice to see if you have the RNG to get the Magic Koopas, the coin blocks, and the coin bounces to all behave in the intended fashion. And so before Maker 1... well, I mean, Maker 1 records are still being kept, I guess, but there were some clears, but nobody could seem to get a video clear. And so there was, for a while at least, some interest in trying to capture like a legitimate clear of Lucky Draw in a video recording. Okay. There's actually input that affects it. I didn't know that, actually, but I don't know that much about the randomization in Maker 1. I've seen some really creative uses of the random seeding in Maker 2, though, in terms of being able to do RNG manipulation in a way that is actually, like, good level design. I rarely see it, but when I have seen it, that's typically been something very memorable. Nope, need to hang right and then wall jump over from there. And, yeah, the leech, it's a little tricky to keep up with the separate message window at the same time, but we'll try to respond to you. But yeah, I mean, you kind of have to work on the style of level that you're actually going to be happy with as a maker and as a player. But there we go. Nope. Missed a wall jump. Need to cut quite a lot of momentum there just to get the wall jump on the last column go high enough. That's maybe as far as I've made it so far. We'll see. Yeah, no, I don't want to overshoot the last wall. Like, I need to land on the last wall fairly high in order to get enough of a jump after that. We'll see. Yeah, Green Heroes, the RNG in Maker 2 is input dependent, but the thing is, it means that if you have a 0 input start upon spawning into a door or a pipe, that you can get something to behave consistently. It also means that if you have something that forces player behavior that is likely to be inconsistent, then you can do like something that will behave sufficiently pseudo-randomly. So you can, for example, use randomization to make an auto level that is actually forced to be an auto level, and which will break upon input. We actually saw that recently, in fact, with the one sort of cutscene Bowser RNG level that Netcat recommended to me. It was by some Japanese maker, I think. But I've also seen like a really good puzzle series that was based on using the Magic Koopa as a random seed, where you would have a puzzle that was actually solvable with multiple solutions depending on what the Magic Koopa did at the beginning. Like, you would spawn different objects and it would give you a different path through the same puzzle every time. And that was something by Funked that we played a few months ago. And then, like, each of the RNG possibilities in that puzzle were also kind of separately playable as their own puzzle, so you could theoretically try to beat it on every route. Okay, let's try to do this. Hey, much better. There we go. Whoa, let's watch our head here. Haha, no, bad idea. Let's not do that. Got pretty far that time, though. But yeah, there actually were, if I recall, some legitimate clears of Lucky Draw even before Maker 2 came out. But like I said, nobody got it on video. I know Delete was also telling me about like another randomization type level that had like a clearly visible dev door, so you could clear it. It's just that, you know, it would be there to show off the mechanic as a proof of concept. There's this one, like if you've been around a lot of the viewer level streams, many of you would know a Pitch Shifter, who's a maker who occasionally submits here and has a whole series of levels that are just based on kind of two-door randomizers, usually with a clown car setup. And it's usually just like a, you know, one power-up choice plus one pathway choice. And a lot of kind of semi-recycled bosses that would take advantage of that in different layouts. Yeah, those were very much kind of binary RNG, though. Like, you would have a clown card that would just give you one, and a coin bounce, usually, that would give you one of two possibilities. Or 2x2, I guess. Like, you would have one route determined by a clown car and one power-up determined by a coin bounce. And so you would actually have a fair bit of variation, in spite of the fact that there doesn't seem to be that much diversification in the branch itself, because the levels themselves would be affected by things like the on-off state changing pathways and other things like that. But yeah, that's one person who's kind of a randomizer maker. In the Tempest Funk Escape Room series that I keep telling people about, there's a very memorable bit of randomization or RNG manipulation in there as well, as one of the solutions. I'm not going to spoil it beyond that, because it's actually a really, really satisfying solution. Okay, we'll see if we can make it through this time and the leech, but I'm running so late that I may have to bail on this soon. Yeah, things were actually at a decent pace today. It was mostly the Mang level that took me 2 hours that kind of threw everything off today, and it was worth it. I thought it was the rare level that I would be very happy to put that much time on. I say rare, but of course I find myself doing this with a different level every week, where you just don't budget enough time for the rest of the queue. Oops. And yeah, Green Heroes, now that you mentioned that, I kind of remembered that as well. That, like, there are a couple of different randomization switches that are actually really low budget in terms of the entity space that's required to set them up. I mean, a clown car is just a clown car, right? And then you have coins hitting a note block. You just really have a coin, which is just an on-to-coin limit. And so you can do a fair amount of stuff that still gives you tons of space to play with in terms of level design. Which is why, like with the Pitch Shifters levels, you always have like multiple bosses built into them that are fairly elaborate layouts. Because the way that branching is managed is very, very cost efficient when it comes to your parts list. nope, nope, nope. That's okay, we survived. We didn't. And yeah, I'm perfectly willing to continue on this one. It's more that, as with last week, it's kind of coming near the tail end of the stream. I'm sort of flagging a little bit, but, you know, we'll see. I've been dying to pretty silly things at the very end of the climb up to the point that we've seen in the top left. Like, it looked completely manageable, that grinder blade that was on the triangular track in the top left. And we've just been bungling it for the silliest reasons. But yeah, going back to Maker 1, to go back to that subject, has been a really illuminating experience because in some ways I think it has really vindicated a lot of the people who have been saying all along, like, you know, some of the people who are really diehard Maker 1 makers, of course, kind of burned out on Maker 2 pretty quickly due to some of the restrictiveness and due to losing vast amounts of design space in some ways, especially with things like the Mystery Mushroom and the whole thematic element of the game. You know, not just the minute stuff like the centering or the pipe stacking or such, but especially, you know, just styles of level design kind of going out the window. Or, you know, other engine changes that really kind of broke ideas that were very vibrant in the first game. The thing that always comes to mind to me is like Ragnarok X, if you know him, you know, he was really quite irate about the changes to semi-solid stacking in this game, because semi-solid stacking was kind of his bread and butter for some really fantastic creations in Maker 1. And he managed to make that work in Maker 2 as well, but you know, that's kind of one example of how like makers in Maker 1 kind of burned out on this one, despite the expanded mechanical feature set. And going back to Maker 1 and seeing the style of level design that people were really sort of exploring back around the time of, say, 1YMM, you can really see now in retrospect that kind of cultural difference between the two games in terms of what styles of level design were being emphasized. And you can totally see where that burnout is coming from among people who were very active in the first game. Like, it's very understandable. And Kavik, yeah, exactly. Mecha Bowzilla, in terms of like the amount of mileage you got out of pipe stacking, and just the stuff you were doing in that level. Like, I mean, most of that level can't be recreated, right? Like, even just the basic centering of the Mecha Bowzilla's design as it originally existed. Like, there's so many ways in which Maker 2 is strictly more powerful. But at the same time, so many things that not only are you kind of restricted from doing, but you're kind of discouraged from trying. And like I often say on this stream, I think one of the issues with Maker 2 was that like people kind of nailed down very specific ideas of what they wanted from their favorite genres very quickly. Like the 20-second speedrun people would do this, the troll people would do that, the Team Champ people would do that. Like, everything kind of got standardized before people really had a chance to go wild and be creative, and a big part of that was that we had lost a lot of the toolset that was kind of a little messier and allowed people to run wild with styles of level that hadn't really been explored yet, right? Like, and I think that's just kind of the danger of a sequel having arrived on a scene with the player base for the first game already having been very well established, that you don't really have as much of a sense of a fresh start, with the exception of some, new ideas that really truly emerged in Maker 2, such as global music, for instance, which is why, global music, even though we're kind of more and more accustomed to the techniques, still seems extremely vibrant. And of course, I feel like, puzzles really benefited from a lot of new possibilities because many of the new tools were more mechanically oriented rather than something thematic. And so puzzles are fantastic in this game. But I think it's very true that a lot of the sort of more standard platforming experiences kind of became very samey in this game simply because people had a much more restricted palette of expression. And when you go back to Maker 1 today in 2022, you really strongly feel it. Like, it's very, very obvious. And yeah, Kavik, I had heard for a long time, actually, that the e-reader levels were available on Wii U. And I've been meaning to go back to those myself at some point. Someone had told me a while ago that that's where you could easily play them. Because I also regretted missing out on them originally. I remember hearing about the e-reader levels when they first came out because they were actually the first big comeback for Kuribo Shu. Because, previously the boot was only available in 5-3 in Mario 3. And the reason that I had heard about e-reader levels was that somebody had told me that the boot made a big comeback. And that they just got a lot more mileage out of some of the rarely used SMB3 elements like that, and I think the Angry Sun and some other things. Things that were sort of one-offs in the original game. And so yeah, I have been meaning to go back to that, for sure, and explore that myself. Especially because you had said recently, I know, that there's a lot of stuff there that seems to prefigure Mario Maker. And, kind of give you Maker-style design. And Tub and Chub, you honestly think the puzzles were easier to make in Maker 1? That's interesting. Considering how many mechanics can be made sort of strictly more reliable with the camera control you have in this game. The camera is actually much improved in Maker 2 in ways that you don't necessarily even notice at first. I'd forgotten that pulling the camera up above the sort of initial center line in Maker 1 was as bad as it was because it was actually based on your landing timing, not based on your vertical spacing. And so you would actually spend tons of time off screen if you were playing at the top of the initial position that you were loading into. I never remembered that it was that different until I went back to Maker 1 this week. Whoop. And Linner, welcome. Glad you could join me at this hour at a stream that has run hours and hours too long. I actually am going to log off pretty soon, so because I'm totally losing my voice and probably my fingers. Whoops. The e-reader levels straight up have stuff from other Mario games mixed into it, and the first ever 20-second speedrun level. Yeah, interesting. Charging Chuck isn't even the most interesting thing in Super Mario World that they could put in. I mean, Charging Chuck is very interesting, but there's a lot of stuff in Super Mario World, like enemies that have multiple states, for instance. If you think about, say, Dino Rhinos, for instance, right? They give you multiple states, they give you the sort of large and small forms, they give you a source of fire for fire and ice interactions. You could actually do so much with something like Dino Rhino, just as one example. And yeah, the corner triangles for sure. With their bright smiley faces. I was thinking about Rexes as well, mostly because, I mean, there's speed, there's also the kind of height compression that happens with them. It would be very interesting to see some of those things interact with seesaw weight. The dolphins in the Vanilla Lake special level. The Vanilla Lake level above Vanilla Dome, I guess I should say. Just tons of stuff all over Super Mario World. Like, tons of stuff that would not be redundant with the functionality of anything that's already in Mario Maker. In that they would actually add a significant amount of new design space that we aren't already playing with. In general, though, when I think about, you know, Mario Maker 3, I'm thinking less in terms of the engine or the parts, and more in terms of what can be improved with social features and discoverability. I think there's so much room to make a scene livelier, just based on that stuff alone. But of course, one thing that, you know, going back to Mario Maker 1 has very much emphasized for me is that, like, the engine changes and parts that are more about cosmetics than functionality actually really do matter a lot. Because, you know, all of Maker 2 has this very functional feel to it, which is, once again, why, like, certain genres really do feel very samey. Obviously, Maker 2 added on-off blocks, which have become huge for puzzles, but it removed a surprisingly huge amount of unique interactions as well. Yeah, that's true. Well, yeah, I mean, a lot of them is... a lot of things are just coming down to, like, item collisions behaving differently, or... lots of little changes. I mean, it just makes it a different puzzle game, right? Like, in a way that... like, Metroid games all have different bomb physics, for instance, and you just kind of find different speedrunners gravitating to different mechanics as the ones that they want to work on. Like how things like bomb jumps are never going to be the same between two Metroid games in terms of timing and such. You just kind of learn that and you adapt, right? But yeah, with a Maker game, I know the sort of thinking around that has to be a bit more flexible. I think it probably was a bit of a surprise to people that so much of Maker 1, especially because of the way Maker 1 and the Wii U were killed off, so much of Maker 1 is just strictly not remakeable in this game. Because, you know, you would have so many people who would put tons of time into Maker 1 thinking that, like, right off the bat, they would just port as much as they can to get the initial level list in Maker 2 to be all bright and shiny. I mean, don't get me wrong, like, I love a lot of stuff about Maker 2, and I played it a lot more than Maker 1. I know it a lot better than Maker 1, but I think the difficulty of accessing the original game and the Wii U, and the difficulty of it ever... well, I mean, it's literally never going to get new players at this point. Does really make it a bit of a huge loss that things can't be carried forward. But yeah, Kavik, I think a big part of it is that Nintendo... like, Nintendo has always had this really fractious relationship with community because anything emergent is sort of just out of their control in a way that, like, leads to the buck stopping with them in terms of liability. Like, you know, basically the whole way, you'll probably remember because you made Nikki's Puzzling Pictures, the whole way that Swap Note went down just because of, you know, safety issues they had with children in Japan and such. And just little things like that where they just don't want anything kind of out of their remit. I remember thinking that, actually, like when there were all kinds of, what was it, like abuse scandals or something that were breaking in the Smash community about 2 years ago, that it almost seemed like people at Nintendo must be feeling like they're dodging a bullet by not investing too heavily in supporting that community, right? Because they... I mean, it was kind of a terrible situation for Smash. Like, both the sort of lack of support and their sort of internal issues that they were going through. But you would think that, like, people at Nintendo would look at that and say, okay, that's why we don't get too close to the community. And they would feel totally vindicated in all the wrong ways, in terms of thinking that they could breathe a sigh of relief at not getting too close to the players. And yeah, Kavik, I'm not saying that it was a bad call or anything. I'm just saying that, like, with Swap Note, like, that's the kind of thing that would inform Nintendo's thinking because of the responsibility that they think they have to take on if they start really get into letting the community manage itself. I mean, that's a long, long ways away from things like, you know, stomping on glitches in Mario Maker. Like, it's not the same kind of problem, but you can see why it would invite the same kind of attitude. And I think the language barrier also has a big part to do with it. That, like, from the perspective of, say, English language community management from Nintendo of America or Europe, sometimes their hands are just very clearly tied by the fact that there's just not a lot they can say that they have the authorization to speak up on. And naturally, that's going to restrict their ability to, you know, build up any kind of consistent channel of communication. Which also makes, like, decisions extremely difficult to appeal. And welcome, Alex and Super Duper Alex, but I think I'm actually a little bit cooked, the Leech. I usually would be playing something like this better, I think, but that was the same situation I was in last week, where if we just kicked this so far back into queue, I've got to kind of call it today. Which is too bad, because we are actually in the middle of a good conversation. Which I wish I could weigh in on further, but I should probably take a break. So let's mark this down for the time being. And yeah, Kavik, I think there's a lot of fantastic stuff in Maker 2 that we have not finished exploring. I do not think this game is exhausted. I don't personally feel burned out on it. I think there's a lot of creativity left in tap. I do totally understand why, at the same time, a lot of the Maker 1 veterans bailed before that could really get fully explored. Because we lost a lot and we gained a lot, basically. And there's been a lot of turnover in the player base because of that. And I think, you know, it's not even just a feature set in the game, it's the culture that I think has changed a lot in terms of how splintered the Mario Maker community is at this point, in terms of people like really getting into their own individual tribes. And also where the action is taking place. Like, that things have largely moved to Twitch far more dramatically than it did before, I think. But yeah, lots of things like that, community dynamics that we can go into. And speaking of the entity limit, like, I think my fear for something like Mario Maker 3 is you can imagine Nintendo massively expanding something like the entity cap without actually expanding the playable space, for instance, and just totally breaking entity limit trickery overnight because you can't properly fill the limit with one-way panels and such. Like, that's the kind of change that you could imagine happening, and, you know, in a future Mario Maker game that would just break everything by mistake. And hopefully that doesn't happen, but you can totally imagine that happening. But yeah, the way that things like entity management are handled in this game right now, I think they were pretty conscious decisions in terms of how they were implemented. Like, whenever you deal with anything like memory management from a programming perspective, you don't really leave that as an afterthought. I think one of the reasons why the Icicle thing got patched out early was probably because the Icicle limit may legitimately have been an oversight, in that they realized that, like, having global ground on something that was on the same limit as Icicles likely would have led to memory management issues in the long term. Like, there was probably some kind of programming reason that they killed it. That legitimately was an oversight. But and yeah, I would say there are actually a lot of really active sub-communities of Mario Maker that are still active on Twitch, especially the people who are in the various teams and such. It's just that things are very kind of splintered at this point. And it's been great to see, like, the puzzle community get a big boost in recent weeks from the Grikowski contests, which Carl is now in on. Anyway, that's probably enough talking for me for today. I'd love to continue this, but we'll have to continue this on another stream or offline. But anyway, schedule-wise, we are going to be back to more of 1YMM later in this week. We will continue doing Mario Maker 2 viewer levels on the weekend streams. Sometimes twice a week, sometimes once. It really depends on my availability. But thank you to everybody who submitted today. We're going to cut things off here. Thanks, as always, for the great conversation, and belatedly for the Scrabble and chess raid that we received much earlier in the stream, which brought a lot of new people here. So, thanks for watching. We will look for somebody else to raid in just a moment. And that's all for me for today, so until next time, when we will hopefully get some more clears and some faster clears. Have a great week ahead. Take care of yourselves. Sleep well, eat well, play well. Fare thee well.